Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all our participants, dignitaries, speakers, panelists, and our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Union Minister for Textiles and Women and Child Development, Government of India, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, to the virtual conference of the Technical Textile, the Future of Indian Textile Industry, organized by the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. All participants will be muted to avoid any disturbances during the course of this session. To consume less bandwidth and have clarity, you're requested to stop video streaming at your end. Kindly post all your relevant queries in the chat section so that the same can be addressed during the Q&A session by the moderator. To commence the conference with the introductory session, may I request Mr. Rajiv Poddar, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Poddar.
Thank you, sir. Respected Srimati Smriti Irani ji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the virtual conference on Technical Textile, the Future of
Sir,
Smriti Irani ji, Union Minister for Textiles and Women and Child Development, Government of India, and our esteemed speakers, Mr. Puneet Lalbhai, Executive Director, Arvind Limited, and Shri Manoj Patodia, Chairman Textile, for sparing their valuable time and being with us today. Smriti ji has been a remarkable leader, extremely proactive, knowledgeable, always open to hearing industry's problems and trying to find very much for ongoing. India is amongst the world's largest producers of textiles and apparels. The domestic textile and apparel industry contributes to 2% of India's GDP, 7% of industrial output in terms of value, and 12% of the country's export earnings. The textile and apparel industry in India is the second largest employer in the country, providing direct employment to nearly 45 million people and approximately 60 million people in allied industries. One area of this sector that has gained significant importance across the world is technical textiles. India's strength has already been defined in traditional textiles and natural fibers globally. In recent years, man-made fibers is a fast-growing subsection that finds its usage in an array of sectors. India's leap towards modernization and its manufacturing competitiveness are some of the key contributors for the growth of this segment. Technical textile accounts for approximately 13% of India's total textile and apparel market and contributes to 0.0% of India's GDP. There is a huge potential to fulfill a large demand gap as the consumption of technical textiles in India is still only at 5 to 10% against 30 to 70% in some of the advanced countries. Hence, garnering direct attention from the Honorable Prime Minister and his Cabinet Committee of Economic Affairs, a National Technical Textile Mission has been set up that aims at an average growth rate of 15 to 20% to increase the domestic market size started developing technical textiles for automobiles, safety-related textiles such as used by soldiers at high altitude, ballistic fibers, even for healthcare such as PPE kits, etc. Technical textile sector in India is estimated to be growing at the rate of 12% per annum In order to achieve the potential of nearly 20% annual growth in this sector, there is a need for proactive approach towards expanding the existing market, promote usage of technical textiles, encourage international collaborations, investment promotions, and increase awareness among the citizens and institutions in the country. The key growth drivers for Indian technical textile market include a rising disposable income, growing end users industry including automobiles, healthcare, sports and infrastructure, and ongoing industrial development. Availability of raw materials such as cotton, wood, jute and silk, along with a strong value chain, low-cost labor, power, and changing consumer trends are some of the also factors contributing to India's growth in this sector. Despite the economic slowdown and downturn in the overall demand for textile due to COVID-19, the industry continues to be the second largest employer in India. By transforming a COVID crisis into an opportunity, India has proven its ability to innovate and rise to the challenge with limited resources and time. From manufacturing zero PPE kits in March 2020, it soon rose to manufacturing 2.5 lakhs a day in 60 days, becoming the second largest manufacturer after China. Today, India stands to produce around 4.5 lakh PPEs and more than 1.5 crore masks a day. This conference is an initiative towards bringing together leading experts in the field of technical textiles to deliberate on what the industry and the government could do to realize the immense potential that exists in the manufacturing and export of technical textiles, particularly focusing in the areas of medicine, sports, and geotextiles. I am confident that today's online conference will be beneficial to delegates not only to understand the government initiatives and schemes available to promote the technical textile sector in India, but also to find opportunities and overcome challenges in this sector through experiences of our eminent experts. Before I end, a few words about IMC. Established in 1907 and having its headquarters in Mumbai, the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry is an apex chamber of trade, commerce and industry in the western region with a membership base of 5,000 members and over 150 trade associations affiliated to it. Together, it represents and advocates interest of over 4 lakh business and industry establishments from diverse sectors of industry. Once again, we would like to express our gratitude to our Honorable and Dynamic Minister for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Poddar. I now invite Mr. Anand Singhania, Chairman, Industry and Trade Committee, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the introductory address. Over to you, Mr. Singhania.
Thank you, Selvi. Honorable Union Minister for Textiles and Women and Child Development, Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Mr. Lalbai, Executive Director of Arvind Mills, our very own President Rajiv Poddar ji, Vice President Zuzar Khurakiwala ji, Manoj Patodia ji, who's also Chairman of Textile, members of the Indian Merchant Chambers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you all to this very interesting and thought-breaking virtual conference on technical textiles, the future of the Indian textile industry. It's a pleasure and an honor for us to have the Honorable Minister, Srimati Irani ji, gracing this august gathering today. In her vision and in her words, India has shown its saksham of achieving $1 billion industry in establishing a world record of indigenous manufacture of PPE kits and N95 masks in a very short period of 2 months. That too, amidst a global pandemic, making India not only self-sufficient and Atmanirbhar, but also a global supplier of these technical textile kits. The Ministry of Textiles, under her leadership, has already invited proposals to constitute an independent export promotion council for technical textiles to have a dedicated focus on this rapidly growing segment of textiles, which will not only lead to an increase in jobs, but also significant value addition. Our president already mentioned about the National Textiles Mission, which has a dedicated implementation plan which has been put into place. As you know, India has over 63 million MSMEs that account for about 45% of the manufacturing output, which in turn employs about 120 million people, and this contributes to around 45% of the exports. The central government has already over 7,500 crores in last year's budget and is expected to earmark further resources in the upcoming budget for the MSME sector. Of this segment, the textile industry contributes almost 13% of the industrial production and is the second largest employer of people, with almost 45 million people working in this sector. Of these 45 million people, almost 3.5 million people are working in the handloom sector. The domestic textile and apparel market is estimated to be about $100 billion in 2019 and is likely to gallop to a staggering growth of to reach a figure of $350 billion in the next 5 years. The technical textile constitutes approximately $19 billion out of this, so about 20% of this segment, and is poised to grow, is actually likely to double in the next 5 years with the renewed focus of the Ministry of Textiles of this segment. Globally, the technical textile segment is expected to grow from about $165 billion in 2018 to about $220 billion in 2025, whereas India currently has less than a percentage of the global world market share. Technical textiles, put very simply, is already there in everyone's life, be it as simple as a Velcro in your shoe, be it the active wear that we wear for our gym or go for a walk, be it wrinkle-free clothes like most of us are wearing, be it masks that we wear, the strengthened roads we drive on, be it medicated stents for the heart treatment, be it seat belts that keep us safe. These specialized textiles touch each of our lives on a daily basis, and we are sometimes unaware of themselves. The future of this industry is mind-boggling. Can you imagine wearing clothes which change with your moods? Or imagine wearing clothes which, if it rains, it suddenly becomes waterproof. Or if it becomes hot, it becomes, temperature resistant. So the future is immense for the technical textiles. There's a huge potential to grow this segment of textiles. And we welcome our Honorable Minister for this session. After this opening session, inaugural session, we have 3 very interesting sessions. One, which is moderated by Mr. Prashant Agarwal, who's the joint MD of Wazir Advisors, which will focus on the upcoming trends in the sports arena called the Sports Techs. The next session will be on Meditech, which is moderated by Dr. Siddharth Rajgopal. He's the Executive Director of Textile, which will talk about the advancements in the most coveted sector today, which is the healthcare sector, which is now under COVID, very important. And the last session will be the Geotech session, moderated by Mr. Navdeep Sodhi, who's partner of Grazi Textiles, who will touch upon the opportunities of the geotechnical applications across roads, railways, etc. With this, I welcome you and look forward to a very interesting few sessions, and of course to hear our Honorable Minister in due course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania. I now invite Mr. Manoj Patodia, Chairman, TexProsil, the Cotton Textiles Export Promotion Council, to present his address. Over to you, Mr. Patodia.
Thank you, Selvi. Respected Srimati Smriti Jubin Irani ji, Honorable Union Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development, Shri Rajiv Poddar, President IMC, Shri Kurakiwala ji, Vice President IMC, Mr. Anand Singh Hania, Chairman, Industry and Trade Committee, Shri Puneet Lalbai, Executive Director, Arvind Mills Limited, distinguished speakers and moderators in the panel discussions, and all the delegates participating in today's conference on technical textile. Very good afternoon to all of you. The subject of today's conference, technical textile, is gaining importance day by day and has become more relevant in the rapidly changing scenario in modern times. In this context, the presence of the Honorable Minister Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani ji today amidst us in this conference despite her busy schedule has given us all the necessary encouragement and enthusiasm. We are very grateful to you, ma'am. Friends, we are passing through an unpredictable situation on account of COVID-19. Even in these difficult times, thanks to the leadership and guidance of the Honorable Minister Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani ji, the textile and clothing sector rose to the challenge and started manufacturing PPE kits in India. For your information, in March 2020, when the pandemic started affecting India, we were entirely dependent on the imports for the PPE kits as there was no production of PPE kits in our country. But in about 90 days, India started producing more than 2.5 lakh PPE kits in a day to become the second largest manufacturer after China. This was a great example of entrepreneurial ability exhibited by our textile industry in the manufacturing of PPE suits when there was a huge demand for its frontline workers and medical community. By transforming a COVID-19 crisis to an opportunity, India has proven its ability to innovate and rise to the challenge with limited resource and time. Today, we can proudly say that India manufactures more than 4.5 lakh PPE kits and more than 1.5 crore masks a day. PPE kits and masks, and it is all a part of technical textiles. This is an indication that as a country, we can achieve greater heights in the field of technical textiles, which is the sunrise sector. All products falling under this category have a huge potential for value addition and tremendous potential to generate employment. In fact, many believe that the future of textile and clothing sector in India will depend on the growth of technical textile sector. As is well known, technical textiles are engineered products with a definite functionality. They are manufactured using natural as well as man-made fibers and generally fall under the distinct products categories like agrotech, buildtech, geotech, hometech, meditech, mobilitech, etc. The global market for technical textile has been expanding, given their increasing application across industries. The global demand for technical textiles is expected to grow to $220 billion by 2025 from 165 billion in 2018 at a CAGR of 4%. At present, technical textiles from India are being exported to the US, China, Germany, UK, Spain, Netherlands, UAE, etc. And the demand is growing from these countries and many other countries too. In India, the market for technical textile is estimated at 19 billion, growing at a CAGR of 12% over the past 5 years. It contributes to about 0.7% of India's GDP and accounts to approximately 13% of India's total textile and apparel market. There is a huge potential to fulfill a large demand gap as the consumption of technical textile in India is still only at 5 to 10% against 30 to 70% in some of the advanced countries. The technical textile sector in India is still at a nascent stage as there are approximately 2,100 technical textile units manufacturing in the country spread over Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and more units are being set up to replace the imports of technical textile products which are valued around $16 billion at present. I am confident under the initiative of Make in India, almost all technical textile products will be manufactured in India in the coming years as the government is supporting the technical textile sector in a big way by taking initiatives like including 10 leading technical textile items under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan package. Due to the initiatives taken by the Honorable Minister of Textiles, the sector will cover under the PLI scheme with an allocation of more than 10,000 crores. The PLI scheme is likely to create 50 to 60 world-class global champion companies in man-made fiber in technical textile segment. Already some leading textile companies are aggressively looking towards taking advantage of the PLI scheme and are likely to set up additional capacity to avail the benefits under the scheme. Secondly, launching the National Textile Mission by allocating 1,480 crores for the 4 years for a 4-year period beginning 2020. It aims to position the country as a global leader in technical textile and increase the use of technical textile in the domestic market. Thirdly, permitting 100% FDI through the automatic route in technical textile sector. This should encourage Indian companies to enter into joint venture with technical textile companies located in countries like South Korea, Germany, and USA, and many others. Fourthly, granting technical textile machineries 15% capital subsidy and 5% interest reimbursement under the ATUF scheme. This is expected to attract investments and FDI into the technical textile sector, which in turn can lead to employment generation. Further, there are research institutes in India which are very good institutes like CITRA, BITRA, and IITs who are playing a huge role in developing technologies for technical textiles in both man-made fibers and also in sustainable natural fibers. While man-made fibers are being widely used in technical textile, natural fibers like cotton, hemp, jute, etc. can also be used in technical textiles. Thus, the future outlook for the technical textile sector in India is very promising as the government is supporting the initiative in a big way. And India is fast emerging as a preferred destination for textile manufacturing as it is providing the whole range and benefits in the area of technical textiles. With growing awareness and consumption of technical textiles, greater innovation in the field and demand from end-use industries, the country holds a promising future in technical textiles. Going forward, India is expected to be not be a key growth market, but also a significant player serving the international market for technical textile products given its cost effectiveness and durability and versatility of its technical textiles. In conclusion, I would like to state that given the policy of the ecosystem being put in place by the government and the ability and skills of our hard-working entrepreneurs, the technical textile sector in India is poised for exponential growth and becoming a global player in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patodia. Due to some technical issues, Mr. Punit Lalbhai, Executive Director, Arvind Limited, is unable to join, who was supposed to address us next. So, without much ado, we move on to the much-awaited address by our respected chief guest, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, Honorable Union Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development, Government of India. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon to all the members, distinguished guests, and my greetings to the President of IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Rajiv Poddar, all his colleagues at the Chamber. At the front line of innovation and reorientation of manufacturing processes stands today the Indian textile industry. As Minister, it is my greatest privilege that today our country and the world at large has seen the potential of Indian technical textile industry rise, especially in the time of a pandemic that has engulfed the world. As has been enunciated by Mr. Poddar in his opening remarks, never before a pandemic of this nature was confronted by our generations and your generation of entrepreneurs. It is at such challenging times during lockdown that the global economy saw the single rise of the Indian technical textile industry, especially in the manufacturing of the PPE suit. Much has been said by speakers before me, hence I will limit my observations to a few points. I remember in the year 2018, when for the first time we started engaging with the industry on the issue of technical textiles. One of the memories that I have is a little bit of hesitation on part of the industry because technical textiles then was dubbed, as it is now, a sunrise sector. As Mr. Poddar said in his opening remarks, this is a subsection of the textile industry in India. Our endeavors need to be and ensure that this emerges as the mainstay of the Indian textile industry. I say so because, as has been enunciated and articulated before me, the current world market size is $256 billion. Industry from India represents about 8% of the market share. And we are hopeful that the performance of the industry with regards to manufacturing of PPE suits gives us cause for celebration and makes us buoyant enough to now capture a larger global market share. I must here underline that in January 2019, the ministry ensured that for the first time in the history of our country, 207 HSN codes were issued for technical textiles in our country. And I'm happy to share, as most of you know, that in the past 2 years, India has now become a net exporter in technical textiles. A trade balance that was a negative in 2018-19 from minus 1,565 crores, India today in April to September stands at a positive stance at 1,768 crores. During this year, the pandemic that we saw confront our nation, as has been even spoken of by our previous speaker, Mr. Manoj Patodia, we in India in the month of March 2020 were confronted with the challenge of protecting our frontline workers, our medical community, and those who wanted to stay safe from the COVID-19 pandemic. And our challenge was that indigenously production of PPE suits was absolutely nil. And it is at this time that the industry partnered with the government, including state governments, to ensure that the needs of the nation are met. Today, a country which in 2020 March had not a single indigenous manufacturer of PPE suits, in 2 to 3 months turned around, and we have 1,100 plus companies today manufacturing PPEs in our country. I'm also happy to share that, as you all know, we had only 2 companies which were in the production of N95 masks. Today, over 200 such companies are a hallmark to the Indian capacity to rise to such challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, when we started this journey of PPE manufacturing in March 2020, we had no manufacturing capacity. Today, we manufacture over 5 lakh PPE suits per day. With regards to N95 masks, our production today stands at 35 lakh plus production of masks per day. Till the month of July, when we looked at our production capacity and the testing capacity, we had in the month of March only 1 lab, which was Citra, in partnership with Ministry of Defense and other sister concerns. India turned around even our testing capacity and enhanced it to 12 by July 2020. I'm happy to share that as of the latest figures available, by December 2020, India manufactured 6.3 crore PPEs and 15 crore N95 masks, of which 2.2 crore PPEs and 4.5 crore N95 masks were exported, thereby making India the second largest manufacturer and exporter of medical protective textiles in the world. However, recognizing under the leadership of the Prime Minister that technical textiles and Meditech cannot be the only gold standard for technical textile industry, the ministry, in collaboration with other ministries under Government of India, have made 92 items mandatory for use by government organizations, which covers, apart from railways, highways, water resources, medical application, even applications in the field of agriculture and horticulture. 9 ministries of Government of India have been issued instructions to ensure that these 92 listed items are mandatorily used across the country by government departments. Many of you may be aware that the BIS has issued 377 items and Indian standards for the same, and 100 more are in the pipeline. As has been also articulated by Mr. Singhania, the government did, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, last year's budget, with it, we embarked upon a journey for the National Technical Textiles Mission. We are committed to ensuring that skill development in technical textile commences with the introduction of 6 new courses, and another 20 new courses for enhancement or upgradation of skill are currently under preparation. As those who have studied the National Technical Textile Mission and its features know, we have 34 research topics in fibers and composites identified after consultation with the industry and research organizations and in coordination with the Office of the Principal of Scientific Advisor of India. Applications have already been invited from research bodies across the country for these 34 identified topics. Additionally, as has been said by Mr. Singhania, we have invited applications for the constitution of the Export Promotion Council, the first ever such council in the history of independent India, dedicated especially to the rise of the Indian technical textile industry. I must say here today you have picked out 3 divisions of the technical textile industry for particular discussion: sport tech, meditech, and geotech. My hope is, given the agricultural expanse of our economy, the chamber one day will assist in conversation or discussion or deliberation upon issues concerning agrotech. Given that agrotech will have not only a consumption impact on our agrarian economy, but also give equal opportunities for those who are young, who are agricultural based families and legacies and heritages, to actually leverage their own agricultural capacities and amalgamate it with the spirit of entrepreneurship, with the spirit of doing startups, can come together with the help of the industry. I feel that agrotech is again one large area where the industry can partner not only with the government but also citizens in the agrarian part of our economy. I'm hopeful that the deliberations today are fruitful for all industry and chamber members. My appeal to the industry and especially the IMC is this: all panelists who have gathered here today for the discussion are quite distinguished and have made a mark in Indian technical textile, or for that matter, Indian industry. There are many who are a part of the SME ecosystem who are not yet aware of the standards, manufacturing processes, reorientation of management processes that is needed for somebody to emerge as a textile or especially a technical textile entrepreneur. My appeal to IMC today is to reach out to the SME segment, in fact, and ensure that these standards, manufacturing process are made known, this knowledge, this know-how is shared by the SME, so that we see a downstream growth as well in the smaller components of our industry, who can rise and in fact take advantage of schemes such as the production linked incentive. I am hopeful that under the leadership of Mr. Poddar and all the members of his team, SMEs, especially in the field of technical textiles, will be ably assisted by the chamber. My best wishes again to everybody who has gathered today for this discussion. I'm hopeful that the fruitful discussion will also aid in the growth of technical textiles industry, which once upon a time was called as the sunrise industry, but today, especially after the pandemic and the resilience shown by the Indian technical textile industry, we can say technical textiles is truly the future not only of the Indian textile industry, but also it will underline the growth of the Indian economy by its contribution. Once again, my best wishes and grateful thanks for including me in this conversation.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for that reverberating speech. Now, as we go on to the Q&A session, may I request Mr. Adnan Singhania to please take over. Over to you, Mr. Singhania.
Thank you, Selvi. I must thank the Minister for what a wonderful address that she gave. We made notes of your points on agrotech and various other points you mentioned, and how India has really risen to the occasion on both the PPE side and the N95 side. Thank you so much, Madam. With this, we'd like to open the floor for questions. If you can please raise your hand, so Selvi will unmute you. Please be brief so that we can take more questions from the floor.
We request you to either post your questions in the chat section or raise your hand.
Selvi, can you see
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Kotak wants to ask a
Yeah.
question?
Yeah, there is one Mrs. Gupta.
Yeah, but before that, can we have Mr. Suresh Kotak? I see.
Okay.
Can you please
Yes,
unmute?
sir. Yes, Mr. Kotak, could you please unmute yourselves and ask the question? Mr. Kotak? I think he is not able to. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
it's a remarkable presentation, and the kind of the future you have given is the real future of India, and technical textiles, the way in which we are making strides are very important, and the way you told about agrotech, I completely agree. You see, there are 12 areas in which the government would consider which area most important, where we should concentrate.
Kotakji, I'm grateful for the question that you've posed, and I said would certainly like to draw attention and celebrate your contribution, especially to the cotton industry in our country. I must say this, that the pronouncement I'm about to make is a personal opinion, which is looking at the amount of investment the government has made in infrastructure. I believe that apart from geotech, even build tech is an area where we can see potentially large amounts of growth. Secondly, given the PLI production incentive scheme and the push that is being given by the Ministry of METI, Electronics and Telecommunication, I believe that even issues which emanate from mobile tech can be considered for the group and its consultation or deliberation. You all know that the Prime Minister single-handedly led the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and additionally has provided ample resources for expansion of water resources in our country, be it the Namami Gange project or the Jal Jeevan mission. And hence, I feel that even ecotech needs the industry's consideration. So apart from agrotech, which I'm extremely buoyant about, I think that mobile tech, ecotech, and build tech is something that should be worthy of the industry's consideration. I must say that there are many aspects of home tech which possibly are not popular in terms of conversation in the building or the home industry. So I feel that if the industry can enhance its participation or deliberation with the infrastructure industry, I feel that there will be a lot more potential that can come to the fore. I also think that the cloth tech, the Mr. Singhania's opening remarks about how temperatures change, adapting to the environment around you, these futuristic modules of technical textiles and their personal use is something which will catch the fancy, especially of the young consumer in our country. The fact that if we can make this indigenously, I think will appeal to many consumers in our country. So I feel that these are the segments that need adequate attention, and I'm hopeful that the Indian consumer base today is ready to partake in the products then that the Indian industry has to proffer.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request Mrs. Gupta to ask her question? Yeah, Mrs. Ragini Gupta. Yes, Mrs. Ragini Gupta.
Hello, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. I was unable to unmute myself. I was asking what is agrotech, because we are studying in MSc right now, but we haven't touched the subject of agrotech. Can we understand what is it? Because it's such a important point.
So, Ms. Gupta, just as a layperson, the rudimentary explanation will be this. There are coverings made of technical textile-based material, which is a protective covering used on top of the on top of the crop line. I think that that is one of the easiest explanation if you can look up for agrotech. Apart from support given for other meshes or coverings which are done for even the layered land or the soil so that it is protected. If you look at the basic research which is available with regards to agrotech, you will find that already the government through research bodies has substantiated that when used, agriculture income for the farmer goes up by 50 to 60%. Hence, the benefits have already been quantified by the government in the field of agrotech. I would also appeal to the industry that the government has set up Krishi Vigyan Kendras in every district of the country. There are many Krishi Vigyan Kendras which are already using elements of agrotech to help converse with farmers as to how their crop can be better protected or the income can be enhanced. And if you can get in touch with the local Krishi Vigyan Kendra, you will see prototypes of agrotech even there. I think with the interface with the industry, it will help in some way bring more attention to agrotech. I am aware that there are manufacturers in Pune who are the leaders in India in agrotech, but I hope that it is not limited only to one or two segments in our economy and our manufacturing processes. So in terms of highlighting the capacity or the potential, I think that we use agrotech very basically in our country right now. So my appeal to IMC would be to ensure even the best practices internationally available on agrotech, or for that matter, the other aspect of technical textiles. You can possibly amalgamate all of it and make it available not only to your members, but also the SME that you can come in touch with.
Thank you, madam. Have
Thank you.
Rao would like to ask a question. Could you unmute yourself, please?
Mr. Singhania, I would like to interfere here. Mr. Singhania. Yeah. Mr. Puneet Lalbhai, Executive Director, Arvind Limited is here. He has joined us. So may I request to give his address? Over to you, Mr. Lalbhai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected madam, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would first like to profusely apologize because we had some IT issues here that precluded me from joining the meeting at the appointed time. So apologies for the disruption in your schedule. But I think I'm very grateful for this opportunity and would love to present my views on technical textiles and their sort of growth in India. I am somebody who's been in this field for the last 10 years, and each passing year has increased my excitement to see the potential grow, and I'm convinced that India is going to be one of the leaders in the field of technical textiles. I'd like to focus only on two major viewpoints that, in my view, are essential for the growth of this field in India. Number one is something that I'd like to call an enabling environment. Technical textiles is a agglomeration of various diverse textiles that are used for non-apparel or non-fashion end uses, and they relate mostly to core sectors of the economy, transportation, industry, human protection, and of course many other segments. And what we've seen historically is when countries approach a certain level of evolution in their economies, there has been, without exception, a very large proliferation in the market for these products. The US and Europe went through that earlier, followed by Japan, and now China is seeing that rapid growth. And I think we are beginning to see that in India as well. So within the point of enabling environment, we need a few things. We need special recognition for these product categories, which I think the ministry has done extremely well to embark on that process. We need standards so that it is extremely well defined in terms of what kind of products will meet the cut, and so that we are ensuring that the right quality reaches the end consumer. Many of these applications are critical applications, so the process of having the right standards written for each product category is extremely important. I think BIS has done a good job so far in writing many standards. I think there's been a lot of activity over the last couple of years. However, I think we need to continue this and accelerate this so that all product categories are covered adequately. Number three is generation of demand. A lot of these products are consumed by government, be it defense, be it road infrastructure, be it marine products. Government has a huge role to play, and I think there needs to be a constant process of education of the end user into as to the different technologies and products available. I think that process has been kickstarted. I think the ministry facilitated some very interesting meetings on geotextiles and next generation fibers, and I think we are on the right track here, so that the end user ministries will be able to create a good chunk of that demand. And the final point under creating an enabling environment is to develop an ecosystem approach. Many of these products require raw materials that are very unique, very specialized, and today they are not manufactured in India. So having, how does one create this ecosystem is something that we all need to give thought to. It will probably be a combination of local entrepreneurs taking the plunge, creating the right kind of public-private partnerships to encourage investment on some of these critical fibers, bringing in technology, supporting indigenous organizations that are R&D focused to develop local solutions for local problems, and then having partnerships with technology providers globally. I think a combination of this will help us succeed in creating the enabling environment. So that's my first point around creating the enabling environment. I'm very encouraged with all the steps, especially in the last 2 years, that we've seen from the government and from various actors, bodies, in our various textile apex bodies, and the industry at large to ensure that this goes forward. Coming to the second and final point, which is around mindset. And I think this has been my learning of 10 years, that approaching technical textiles requires a different mindset from conventional textiles. And the biggest change I find, that I had to sort of go through before we met with any kind of success is patience. I think the time horizons of investment and return need to be understood well. These are products that take a couple of years to get qualified for use internationally. These are products that are likely going to save somebody's life or ensure that a bridge stays standing for the time period that it is designed to. So it takes a lot of time before you get full capacity utilization, before you get a level of business that starts to look interesting. However, the flip side is that once you're in it for the long haul. There's very little change. The same entry barriers that made it difficult for you to enter make it difficult for competitors to enter. So the competitive landscape is very different compared to conventional textiles. So if you're able to soldier through the initial hard phases of technical textile investment, there is a pot of gold waiting for you at the end of it. So I think that change in mindset is very very um, needed. The second mindset related issue is around risk. Um, Many of the technical textile investments that I'm seeing happen in India are around the very basic commoditized segments of technical textiles. And there is no harm in that happening. However, at some point for the sector to flourish in India, entrepreneurs such as the ones in this room are going to have to, take some risks, are going to have to say that Indian product has to be innovative, Indian product has to be world leading, and there has to be something that we do that is from first principles, inventing things that are right for India. So we have two opportunities. We have the export opportunity, where India can become, a manufacturing hub for the rest of the world. But equally important, we need to develop solutions for our huge, potentially huge domestic market, where copy paste solutions from the West are unlikely to solve the local problems, because local climate is different, local environment is different, and the local scenario poses a completely different set of challenges in many cases. So how are we as entrepreneurs to think about how we can innovate in the local context? And then finally, it is about you know partnership. It is about collaboration. It is about coming together as an industry, and helping each other to sort of become better. Then we can all be alone. So I'm very encouraged by all the interest that technical textiles is receiving in all these industry forums, and I think this process needs to continue. And so, with that, I'd like to sort of end my short address by summarizing the couple of points. One is the enabling environment that we need to create, towards which the government is doing a very enthusiastic and good job. And the second is that how are we as entrepreneurs and industry going to change our mindset so that all the field that is being prepared, we take maximum advantage of it. So I wish this forum a wonderful rest of the event. And thank you for having me and listening to my perspectives.
Thank you, Mr. Lalbhai. So now we come to the conclusion of the inaugural session, since the minister had another meeting and she had to leave. So may I request Mr. Juzer Korakiwala, Vice President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the vote of thanks. Over to you, Mr. Korakiwala.
Thank you. Thank you, Selvi, and good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed my great pleasure to propose this vote of thanks to this audience. It was a very highly insightful session, especially Madam G, Minister for Textiles and Women and Child Development. She gave a very eloquent talk on technical textiles, and for her inspiring words. And she laid great emphasis on agrotech and on SMEs. Myself, coming from the agricultural sector, I can see the large potential of agrotech within technical textiles. And I think her vision clearly laid that out. She emphasized on the SMEs, and I think IMC has a large base of SMEs, and I'm sure her words will carry with IMC as far as the greatly appreciate about the ecosystem, the setting of quality standards, and the industry getting together to realize its potential. Lastly, I must thank the IMC for getting this whole thing together, and especially Mr. Anand Singhania and Mr. Manoj Patodia for organizing this conference. So thank you all very much for being here this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kurakiwala. After a perfect start with a delightful introductory session with the Honorable Minister, we now move on to the first panel discussion, that is Sportech, Sports Textile. To moderate and initiate this session, I invite Mr. Prashant Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, Wazir Advisors Private Limited. Over to you, Mr. Agarwal.
Thanks. I would first like to thank IMC and then Puneet Lalbhai also. I think because Arvind has entered into so many sectors, Puneet Lalbhai has given an insight in terms of, because I think the points which he mentioned were important from the perspective, because there are so many sectors in technical textiles, and whatever we want to go, whichever sector we want to go, we have to change our mindset from a textile mindset to a technical textile mindset, where innovation as per the requirement of the client is very important, whether it is in the context of domestic market or in the context of international market. When you are supplying a standard product to a client, there is a constant innovation which happens, and that's an important part. And that's why I think the points that he mentioned, if we take care of those points, then only the emphasis that we are laying on technical textiles can be fulfilled, and a lot of investments can happen in this sector. I would like to invite my co-panelists also in this. I think they must be here. Mr. Sameer Agarwal, Chief Business Officer, Arvind Composites, and Mr. Rajkumar Agarwal, Managing Director, SVG Fashions Private Limited. While technical, sir, both of you are here?
Mr. Sameer, I've just, there is only one Sameer. So I have just asked him whether it is the same Sameer. And there is no, hello. Yes, yes. So Mr. Prashant is already there, I suppose. Sorry, Mr. Rajkumar is already there.
Right,
I'm just, I'm just waiting for Mr. Sameer.
Yes, I'm here as well. I just got unmuted. Thank you.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Welcome, Sameer, and welcome Agrawalji, Rajkumarji. And I think for today's this session, we have to focus on sport tech. And when I was discussing with IMC and all the three sectors that they have chosen, whether Meditech, sport tech, so they and infrastructure, geo-based textiles, these are very, very important sectors for us. And sport tech especially, where Sportex has a vast variety of products just for the benefit of all the audience. Let me take you through in 1-2 minutes. Sportex constitutes areas like artificial turf, sport composites, sport nets, sport shoe components, parachute, ballooning fabrics, sports textiles, activewear, sportswear that we use daily, day-to-day life in the swimwear. So all of this comes under sport tech. So it's a vast field, and if you go beyond, the global market of sport tech is around $12 billion, and it's growing at a rate of 8%. And by 2024, we expect this market to be almost around $18 billion. So what we are saying, that almost $6 billion market will be added globally in this segment itself. While Indian market for Sportech is around $1.2 billion domestic market, but it's also growing at a rate of 12 to 14%. It's one of the fastest growing area in India also. And so when I say that this is a faster growing area, I think some of the important points are the growing sports culture in India, the outdoor activities today. If you earlier you want to go out, you want to go to a destination which is a hill station, which are now very crowded, and people go to outdoor trekking, those kind of activities, where you have to completely change your wardrobe to go there. You have to use all what is needed in sport to actually prepare yourself to have the nice experience when you go there. And when you see who are the major suppliers: Taiwan, Korea, China, Germany, and Italy. So from the perspective that all the major suppliers are from higher cost countries than India. So that means it's not about the cost of manufacturing. It's not about the cost of people, the input cost from that perspective. It's about how do you create different product varieties as per the requirement of the consumer. So if you have to go trekking, a product is already made. So you have to keep thinking that what further my customer needs, and keep innovating. If I am using, suppose Nike, Adidas, Puma, if you see in sports textiles, they are constantly innovating from synthetic textiles itself, constantly innovating what kind of product which will help my consumer who might be playing badminton, might be playing lawn tennis, might be going for jogging, will enhance his performance. So it's very important when we say sport tech. It's really focused in terms of consumer needs and awareness, and it's a constantly evolving phenomena. So some product which is going to come today, Nike would be doing research on that product from last 12 to 24 months. So that's the kind of cycle when you keep doing research on different fabrics and come out with the results. With this mindset, I think my two honorable panelists here, Rajkumar ji from SVG Fashions, and Rajkumar ji has been into this industry for long, and there are very few players in India who understand sport tech from athleisure or activewear or sportswear industry, because they are integrated in terms of they make fabrics also, and they make garments and products also, and they export as well as they supply to domestic market. So they have a deep understanding. I think the discussion with Rajkumar ji will also be important from the perspective as government is coming out with this PLI scheme. While contours of the scheme still has to be explained much more in detail, but synthetic fabric is something, or synthetic garments is something government wants to promote in a big way. So I would say that PLI scheme can act as a catalyst so that we see a lot of larger investments as well as SMEs, MSMEs working in this area, collaborating together, so that somebody puts up a fabric and a smaller units of garments come up. So because ultimately buyer will need the end product. So there can be a lot of investments, I would say, in next 5 years in sport tech area, which will be bigger than all other 13 segments put together. That's my feeling, because I see huge investment of synthetic fabrics and garments happening in next 4 to 5 years. The way Tough has promoted a lot of investment in textile industry, I think PLI scheme will really push hard the investment in, especially in sportswear fabrics. And then Samir, who is looking after the composites, I think it will be slightly different from what we understand on sport tech. He will throw some light in terms of how this sector, which has good margins also, but definitely a globally competitive sector, a brief understanding and what can be done. So with this background, I will first go to Samir from Arvind Composites. So just my few questions for you, Samir, will be how Indian composites can penetrate better to global market, and what are the key, both globally as well as domestic market, how do you compare to, if you have to enter into this area, how do you grow globally as well as focus on domestic market? First this, and then I'll come to other questions. Samir.
Sure. Thank you, Prashant ji, and thank you all for joining us this afternoon. It's a pleasure and privilege to share whatever little we have learned in Arvind on making composite-based sports goods in India in last couple of years. So for starters, let me just define the boundary of what we are speaking about, because we have used several words, and sports tech is obviously the overarching theme for this session. So we are talking about, at least in my part of the conversation, we're talking of sports goods like badminton rackets, hockey sticks, golf shafts, bicycle, etc. So if you take the overall sports equipment market, you can divide the sports equipment into ball sports like soccer, volleyball, football, etc. And then there is racket sports, and then there are others. So from the scope of what I'm talking about, what we are including is essentially mostly the racket sports, and then there are some parts of the non-racket sports, like if you take soccer, etc. The shin guards and other protective wear typically is made using composites of different kinds. So what we're talking about is that part of the market, right? So this defined scope is about $4 billion globally in terms of the market size. Of this, the two major reinforcement classes are glass and carbon fiber. Carbon fiber is about 35-40% of this $4 billion, and the remaining is glass fiber. So that's kind of the overall market. Indian market, of course, is much smaller compared to the 4 billion global. We are only at about 140, $150 million of market size in India. But then with the growing popularity of racket sports and golfing and high-end bicycles, which especially got filled during this lockdown, this growth in this segment is actually very promising. So from an opportunity point of view, we are looking at a fairly attractive market, which is somewhat cutting edge also. And if we play this right, it can be profitable as well. So that's the opportunity. Now, in terms of what it takes, right? Currently, most of these products from an Indian market perspective are imported. I mean, there is nobody in India who is manufacturing any of these, especially carbon fiber reinforced products are just not there, right? So it's essentially a product game for the most part. I think especially domestic market, the big thing is to be able to produce rackets and hockey sticks and all, which can compete with the imports from China, Taiwan, etc. in terms of price and quality and performance. Some of our best players today are used to equipment is world class. So we will not be able to sell anything if it is not matching those performance criteria, or if it's not matching the price points. And when it comes to a product itself, obviously there is a design angle to this, which is evolved quite a bit. So one needs to really understand the sport itself quite deeply, engage a lot of players. What we have been doing is we have been kind of, making our different versions, engaging, players of different caliber, making them try out our products, get the feedback, use equipment to collect the data, and then improvise, right? So, and we are working with a bunch of consultants on that. So one is this whole design piece, design and development piece. The other aspect is to ensure that we have the right raw materials. And this is where, again, most of the raw material required for producing very high-end equipment is not available. In fact, specifically carbon fiber is something which is a fairly controlled commodity globally as well. So there are various grades of carbon fiber, and many of them are classified as dual use technology. So it's not even easy for any company from anywhere to just walk in and ask Toray or Formosa to sell you. So there is obviously that gap. And lastly, there's a mindset thing. I think what if you take a broader sports goods, what we have discovered is that a lot of players in the Indian market, the Indian brands, have approached this business with a trading mindset. I think what this requires is to fundamentally go to the drawing board and say that, listen, if I'm going to create something which will beat a Yonex or any other brand, what it takes to build that. And in many cases, the answer is to just do the hard work and put the pieces together, which will ensure that a product comes out. So that's really what is needed to produce something which is acceptable by the Indian market. If I have to kind of switch over and say what it takes to kind of translate the success in the global market, you also need to kind of meet a bunch of compliances. Many of the global buyers like Decathlon and Wilson and other brands we are engaging with, they also expect you to not just make and deliver a good quality product. They expect you to be socially compliant, and this compliance is not fundamentally different from what our very discerning textile and fabric customers ask for. So in that sense, they are expecting the producer to be compliant from a human resource point of view, from a social point of view, from an environmental point of view. And so that's an additional sort of layer of responsibility. But then once we kind of master this whole thing, like I said, the market is quite big and growing, and it's a very exciting field to be. So that's pretty much what I can share with you.
No, Samir, thanks, and very good inputs. I have just a follow-up questions on that. So, is Arvind more focused? What's the ratio of domestic versus exports for you in this segment?
So right now we have started this business only about a couple of years back, and most of our focus is on domestic market. We are catering to the international brands which typically have been importing these products. So it's an export substitution play right now. And once we stabilize and take the next step forward through many of the same customers or maybe other customers, will go abroad as well.
So, so how many players? Because I have seen a lot of players in composite in different segments, not necessarily in Sportech, who have set up plants, international players, and they are exporting majorly out of India because they have international presence, and then they have set up here and they're exporting. So do you see a big opportunity for a country like India to be a big player in exports of composites?
No, absolutely. See, if you expand the definition to composites overall, we are also exporting. In fact, 90% of our business is export oriented in composites in general. I was talking about is more sports composite, which is a newer line for us. Otherwise, composites is a fairly versatile material, and it finds applications in lots of domains, telecom, construction, mass transport, and most of that stuff we produce and export to US, Europe, Australia, pretty much all the developed places. So that is definitely a very global play for us, even as we speak.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted this clarification for all my audiences, that when you invest, if you invest in composites, then you are not saying that I am only supplying to Sportech. You invest in composite manufacturing, and then you get into different fields depending on how you connect and compliances and connect with the kind of different buyers, right?
Absolutely.
So composite is a very vast segment, and in textiles, in technical textiles, a lot of things are interrelated. So it's a very important point of view to understand. Samir, I'll come back to you. I have some more questions, and there will be I'll get your inputs on those. Let me first go to again Ms. Rajkumarji. Rajkumarji, with your experience in this, and as I explained that this is something, a future of investment for not only bigger players, even for MSMEs. They have to work as co-partners, because somewhere MSMEs will invest, somewhere bigger players only have to invest big to create those kind of scale, qualities, compliances for international players. How do you think India can be a globally competitive manufacturing destination for this product? Sir, I think you are on mute. Can you unmute? Yeah.
Sir, you can unmute yourselves. Yeah.
Still, you are not unmuted.
No.
Sir, you can unmute yourself, sir. I have already given you the rights to unmute yourselves.
So now, am I audible?
Yeah, now it is.
Nice. So good afternoon, everyone. I wish to thank IMC for having invited me here. And it is always good to share knowledge. Knowledge grows that way. So SVG Fashion, which I represent, is a vertically and laterally integrated company. We start from manufacturing polyester yarn right up to manufacturing of ready-made garments. So polyester garments, we are into polyester fabrics and garments since the beginning. So we used to make woven fabric, now we make knitted fabrics, and we focus a lot on sportswear as such. We began with some of the top brands way back, say 10, 12 years ago, and we have been mainly into import substitution. Most of the brands import fabric from say Taiwan or other countries, and we have been successfully able to substitute that fabric. Now coming to investments, so this is a growing field, but you see the situation here is India is not exactly known for, so sportswear is basically polyester or nylon fabrics most of the time. It is very little of cotton fabrics. So India internationally is known for cotton fabrics. So everybody, all the brands know, okay, if you want to buy good cotton fabric, India is a possible destination. But that is not the case for polyester. Even though India is already a very big player in the polyester yarn segment, but not so well known in the fabric segment. So it is a chicken and egg theory. So because India is not known for polyester, we are not getting enough inquiries. Because there are not enough inquiries, not enough projects are coming. So it is, so very big players think of the project, then they find that the market size as of today is not big enough. So they drop the project. So at some stage, we will have to follow what Mr. Ambani, Dhirubhai Ambani once said, the supply creates demand. So we will have to create supply. The demand is there in the world. It is only not there in India. So that is what everybody has to recognize, and we have to come up with integrated big project with a proper mindset. So there are a lot of players who will do me too things. They will make it because somebody else is making. But the complete mindset from the yarn, the raw material requirement up to the finished fabric technical requirements. To understand that and to come up with a proper project, that is the need of the hour, that more people should come, bigger players should come, that India should be known for being able to do this kind of products properly. So that is the need. So that will require some effort from the bigger players, and then things can happen.
Thank you, Rajkumarji. And I would I think you have aptly put it, because it's a chicken and egg story where supply creates demand. And but whenever I go and I have talked to, and as you yourself said, that a lot of people have planned for investments in this sector, but have shelved the plan for some time. Maybe it happened before COVID and after, and there are other reasons. So the one of the questions which comes to people's mind is enough raw material available in this segment to really focus and grow? I'll come one by one. So just can you a little bit share your experience on raw material availability and its quality, and what needs to be done in that area?
So the availability of raw material per se, you see, quantity is not a problem, but precise quality that is required, there are not many players, unfortunately, because everybody, the polyester plants are quite expensive. People have put up projects and they are all in a hurry. They just want to make the volumes, and there is available demand for that. So specific precise products, maybe Reliance Industries is the only one which is concentrating on that. And they too have their own targets, and they have volumes and they have options. So enough attention is unfortunately not being paid to the requirement of the specifics, the preciseness of the product. It is available. You want the yarn, it is available. And you can say it is good, but not good enough. Not good enough to inspire confidence of the best brands. Okay. So that is where we have to, it is a challenge, but I mean, things are improving also, I have to say, things are improving.
But sir, I think you have put it aptly, and a lot of discussions in the associations also, this point comes up that we have everything. India has everything, but the garment player, the end product player, he's saying, I know you have everything, but what you have, my brand does not approve that. So is it sufficient enough a condition? So that's why today still, when you talked about import substitution, there is almost $1 billion worth of import of knit and woven fabrics which is happening in India for especially on sports textiles. I am talking about $1 billion worth of import. So it's a direct case of import substitution which is there. So from that perspective, I think raw material people, it's a good paying segment because a lot of brands are there. Raw material people have to understand that the quality, and when it's not about the creating of a product of a this denier, this yarn is available. It's about whether the final fabric which I make out of it produces the quality which an end product like which a Nike or a Adidas or a Puma will need. So one is this, I think, very important point. Second, Agrawalji, the question comes in the mind of people because there are not there many players. You are kind of SVG, I can say is the brand ambassador for this segment of technical textiles in India. So people say that do we need outside support to put up a processing fabric plant, or we can do on our own? So how difficult, because I being a technical person also, while you can process, there is a different process for cotton and different process of synthetic, but technology is available to Korean, same is available to Indian, and same is available to Japanese. So technology is same. It's question of understanding that deeply and going ahead. How would you react to it?
You see, technology, the knowledge is all there in the books, you see, but there are nuances to everything. Those nuances have to be understood. Now, you can put up a process house, polyester process house is okay, and it will work out fine. But there are nuances, so that needs to be studied. Not anybody can just walk in and you put up a process house and you get the final desired product. So those nuances need to be understood. They have to be experienced. You have to evolve with the demand and with the as you make, you evolve. So there is no clearly defined thing. Okay, you do this and you get this. It is not like that. It's not so easy. But of course, it is not achievable also. Let us put it this way.
So I think again the question comes then, do we need international technical tie-ups or joint ventures to get into this area to be successful? How important it is to be successful in growing this area? Joint venture and technical tie-ups.
So a joint venture can expedite the process of evolving. If you get a ready-made person who is willing to share the knowledge or who can join you with the project, it can expedite the process of gaining the knowledge. Otherwise, you learn with experience, you spoil the fabric and you learn, okay, this is what I made wrong and you do it again. You keep on doing it, so it takes time. So joint venture would be welcome, but does that happen? Is it feasible? Are the people interested? So those are the questions which you are the best person to answer.
But sir, actually that's the worry. Why I'm emphasizing on these questions, because it's a very important segment, and you have the experience. People know that they will learn by experience. So people, when they want to set up, they say, what is the cost of that experience? How much time it's going to take me to learn, spoil, and learn? So what's your guidance like? Because if it takes more time, that's some of the worries which a lot of investors in this segment have.
See, learning first of all requires persistence. First of all, any person who desires to do a project has to understand how persistence is. People give up in 1 attempt, 2 attempt, 5 attempts, so then it does not work out. But I mean, logically, for at least the bigger players, it is good to come up with a joint venture, to bring up a person who already has the technology, who has gone through the grind already. So that is better, definitely. I mean, unquestionably, that is better.
Okay, so with that, I think what I'll just to directly sum up in terms of what Rajkumarji talked about, because it's an important question which comes to me time and again. What he's saying is good to have technical tie-up, but at the same time, because technology is available, somebody might get the right product in 5 trials, somebody might get in 2, somebody might get in 3. It depends on how scientifically you work on it, but you can achieve without that also. It's not that it's unachievable, and people worldwide are doing it, so people in India can also do it. Rajkumarji, I'll just come back to you on this further questions. While we were talking about joint ventures and technical tie-up, Samir, how important do you think in your segment, which you are handling, the tie-ups and joint ventures are for making an international as well as Indian presence?
Right. So I'm going to build upon what Rajkumarji was saying as well, that it requires hard work and persistence. The short answer to your question is that there is no shortcut like finding a party and do a joint venture, because at least in our field, it's not as if you have a number of large companies who are keen to partner with you. Okay, essentially there are few names and they enjoy a near monopoly globally in their brand value and product line. So Yonex has no reason to come and say that let's partner. Okay, I think the way to do this is to understand that if you are trying to put a product up together, you have to have specific experts. So there are specialists who will have researched on badminton racket for their life. Okay, I mean the weight distribution, the dynamics, the resilience, and all of that stuff. And some of them may be in Europe, some of them may be in China. Then there are process experts who understand to achieve that kind of a product characteristic, what kind of processes can be used, what kind of material tweaks can be done. So again, it's a game of nuances, a game of hard work. I don't think that one can sign up a JV with a company and expect that there'll be a ready-made technology for a money which you can absorb and then implement. At least in our experience, that has not been the case. We have assembled this bit by bit, and it's a continuing journey for us.
Right, Sameer. I think the way things are evolving in this panel, I think those who are listening carefully and are wanting to do invest in this business will understand that what Rajkumar ji and what Sameer said till now is it's not like any other textile that I have to put up a spinning mill or a cotton fabric mill, and I'll uh, I'll get the loans approved, I'll hire somebody from existing players and give them better salary and say that you produce quality and you run it. It's a continuous innovation which is needed. It's a persistence with the buyer, with your own technology and with the investment in R&D. All efforts are needed to make it a success, and that's why we always call it that technical textile. While textile is attached, it's a different industry. It's more innovation based industry than saying that it's a pure simple textile industry. I think when we and I will come one by one on this specific question to Rajkumarji, first to you and then Sameer, regarding the importance of research and development innovation as a company, and then second, if we really want to focus on this sector, what as country we can do to create those institutions like Kofoti is there in Korea. So how do you create those institutions and which will actually encourage industry? That everybody cannot have their own research and labs kind of where a lot of development can happen and support can be provided. So both from a company level at a country level, what's the role of R&D and how we can do in India? Rajkumarji, first to you.
SVG as a company lives by R&D. This is what we have been doing all the time. We have focused all our energies on R&D. We have always tried to, spend as much as required, as much effort, money required for R&D. So R&D goes without saying, that is the most important thing. At a country level, what you are saying of, creating institutes or creating organizations which can provide R&D. So that we do have, Sasmiras and all these things, but it is about using them properly. You have to go with the right questions to get the right answers. They may be there. There have to be enough people who will ask the right questions to get the right answers. So
I think, yeah.
Again, you see, the question is, as the industry grows, as more people come, more knowledge becomes available. So more investments are called for. Of course, it is a decision which has to be taken. So these things should evolve. I don't see why it will not, but it is taking time more than expected because India is a big player in polyester, which is the basic fiber for sportswear. Nylon, of course, is there, which we are not so big at, but so India is already a big player in polyester, but not enough R&D is being put up to get the right product. And then it goes down further. Down the line, also the same situation is there. So things are improving and, we have to wait, I think.
Thank you. I think, Sameer, same question to you because I think what Rajkumarji is emphasizing time and again, that as we have more investments, a lot of more institutions will come. And I would say I see it other way around also, Rajkumarji, when as a government or as an industry, whether we collaborate with government and bring up something, I have seen these institutions act as a catalyst. So it's important because you have been in this industry for long and you have answers for everything. But a new player who is coming into this industry, who is looking for answers and who is looking for support, has to be given by somebody, of these kind of institutions. So one has to collaborate, have an MOU with these global institutions, and start doing R&D where product development happens, not testing. So if those product development inputs are available to the industry, then industry is more encouraged to invest. So it's a when an investor as an entrepreneur, all of you plan to invest, I see a lot of questions which are there in the mind, and those are based. It's not about where the finances are going to come and where I am going to sell. I think more questions are in terms of how I can create the product which a buyer needs, and after finally access to the buyer is important. So I think creating those institutions instead of waiting for investments to happen, which is a trigger, is very important. Sameer, your input on that?
Yeah. So, from my point of view, I see R&D at multiple levels. Okay. So when it comes to developing and designing a specific commercial product, that squarely is the responsibility of the business here. I mean, because you are the person who is kind of, or you are the entity which is going to stand to benefit by the success of that product. So in our case, for instance, the specific racket design or hockey stick design and development is something which my business unit has to do. When you kind of go up to a company level and then beyond that at a country level, what we are talking about, quite obviously there are institutions like Atira and IIT Delhi and many other institutes which are doing fabulous amount of work on researching different aspects of technical textiles. So I'll give you an example, right? I think there is a lot of work which is happening on developing and understanding what is called a pre-preg. Okay, it's a combination of reinforcement and resin. It can be made in different shapes, and that's a key ingredient into making many of the composite products, not just sports goods. So we, for instance, we actively collaborate with one of the textile business associations and use whatever know-how they have created in exploring and trying to make products which can be commercialized. So, the kind of investments which have been made by the association and the government in equipping some of these centers with equipment for not just development, but also for testing is something which is a great asset for us to utilize. And if industry collaborates with these institutions, they also get a market lens to their activities. So I think it's a very good win-win situation. It's a great point of view that R&D can happen at multiple levels. And if industry players collaborate, it gives a good focus and direction of the government effort as well. In parallel, the one other thing is that obviously for a product segment like ours, which is more niche and nascent, as the scale grows up, the some of the more niche input raw materials supply chain also evolves. So I'll give you an example again. So currently what we are seeing is that while we make the core product ourselves, we are reliant on suppliers for our finishing products like specific paints, specific stickers and decals. Now some of those things we have explored a lot in India. It was not available. But as we are scaling up the volume, we are finding potential partners who are saying that if you can commit to a certain volumes, we will be willing to invest in producing, stickers and decals, which will be absolutely international quality products for a good price. So it's a combination of evolution and a multi-level investment in R&D across private sector as well as the government bodies.
I think, as rightly said, and I think you are also saying what Rajkumarji just emphasized, that once the scale comes, the ancillaries develop themselves. So somebody has to start importing first, and then as scale happens, one has to develop the ancillaries, and then it can be a supplier to you. But Sameer, I have seen, I have gone and visited these institutions in Korea and Germany, where industry pays $1 million, $2 million for developing a product which is specifically for them. These institutions are not funded by government. After 3 years, initial 3 years of funding, from fourth, fifth year, they are self-funding institutions, and they depend on industry, and they get millions, not few $100,000 only. They get millions to create products for industry in collaboration, do testing and give inputs, and they are patented for them. So those kind of next level of understanding is needed from these institutions instead of industry only working individually on that.
No, absolutely. And like you rightly said, it's a matter of scale. I think from an industry point of view, also the amount of stake in the ground one can put depends on whatever is the visible runway. And it's obviously a chicken and egg problem at some level. But I think the good thing is that we already are on a good start on many fronts of technical textiles, including sports tech. So I'm quite positive that the future is quite bright.
Okay. Rajkumarji, in terms of buyers, so one question is definitely you have answered in terms of raw material, on fabrics, on technical know-how and R&D. You have said that if you are persistent, anything can be developed here and follow the rules of the game. What if suppose now if we have investment, we have products, buyers will come. But when you go to buyers, what they are looking for and what they are missing in India. So if you can throw some light on that. That's an important question for all investors in this segment.
Actually, the buyers are missing. You see, international buyers are not enough for this segment. See, the buyers have to come. Then we come to what is missing. So I said that the whole orchestra. From yarn to garments, the whole thing has to fall in place. So the only way, as Arvind is doing, as Samirji said, they are focusing on the domestic market, and gradually, things will happen. So India has the biggest advantage of having a large domestic market, which is evolving, it is going very fast. So, all the R&D is happening for that, and then as you evolve, as your product gets fine-tuned, the best buyers will like it and you have it. So the buyers are not there because they think it is not available yet. The biggest buyers, they don't even send their inquiries to India, for example, for these kind of products. Only recently we see more interest from the buyers. Still the allocation is not enough. Then somewhere the price conscious buyers say, and H&M or these people, they don't find the price is good enough. So because their scale is very big. So things are happening, but yes, we have to evolve. That is what time and again I'm saying the same thing. We are evolving and it will take time. That's all.
So when you are right, but a country like India, they have advantage of scaling up through domestic market. But we know internationally it's a big market, and
Yes.
India has to play an important role in both the markets. India cannot be satisfied by only supplying to domestic market. Seeing that how much employment we need and seeing the growth potential, both aspects. So from an international market perspective, because just to give you an example, Rajkumarji, in synthetic, if you see US market today, there is no duty advantage to anybody. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan. So everybody is like on the same platform. China. So in a cotton segment in Europe, we know some of these countries have GSP plus, and so they get advantage. So when you have to supply there, even if you have to start importing more fabric, converting garments, and then exporting, or making some fabrics, have a hub and spoke model where garmenting is done by some of the smaller MSMEs for you. Is some model, can it work for India?
No, I want to correct something here. I did not say that because we have a domestic market, we have not to focus on exports. I said domestic
Right.
market is a support system. It is a stepping stone to
Right.
getting into the export market. So that helps. Having that is an advantage for us to be able to achieve the scale that we wish to in terms of global scale. So domestic is only helping us do that. Otherwise, importing the fabric is possible. Yes, maybe it is not workable. Otherwise, that option is available. So
Right.
cost also has to match. No? If you want to import the fabric and stitch here and send, so that has to work out. So that is anybody's game. That could have been done. It is not happening so much. That is sports where I am not aware of so much of imports of fabric being done and the garments going from here. That is not happening.
Yeah. But just to add as a strategy, Bangladesh and Vietnam did that only. All fabrics were imported and they converted and then exported, and now they have huge investment in yarn and fabric in Vietnam as well as in Bangladesh, which is happening. Sir, I think I'll move to important question, because the contours of PLI scheme will be announced, and to the whatever the details which have been given and discussed, the top 40 global categories of synthetic textiles will be covered under this. Do you think this will be encouraging enough for a lot of investments to come in this sector and strengthen India's role in sport textiles?
So you rightly summed up the benefit of PLI being a catalyst. So we have to restrict it to that. PLI cannot bring investments. The inclination has to be there. PLI can only make the inclination stronger. PLI, the benefits we have seen for other industries, we have already seen what kind of benefits are coming out. So it may be similar lines for textiles or for polyesters in particular, synthetic fibers. So that cannot make your decision. If somebody wants to invest, because PLI aa gaya, chalo bhai invest karte hain, this is not going to happen. If somebody is on the borderline, maybe he will opt for that. But this can be only a catalyst. PLI is welcome. It will help the people, see the capital cost of a project has to be subsidized in some ways. PLIs and all the TUFS and these help in, mitigating the overall capital cost, reducing your debt maybe. That's all it can do. It cannot bring investment per se solely, but it can help investments to come.
So, in your experience, sir, you have been dealing with the buyers for so long. While we all are saying that this sector is growing by 12%, 14%, how has been the growth in terms of orders with the buyers that you have been dealing year on year? Leave aside COVID year, and then there will be a jump now. But otherwise, how do you see kind of increase in the uptake from buyers in this area?
See, buyers can be categorized into two types. One are the international brands, the big brands. So they have their own way of working. They don't want to go too fast also. And they have their own silos built up. They will do it only in a certain manner. Their growth is not very fast. Maybe 8-10% which is what we are projecting. But the smaller brands, they are growing very fast. Who have put their orchestra in place. Say Reliance Retail, for example, they have a sportswear brand called Performance. I believe their growth may be 30-40% a year. Because Reliance understands this business of polyester, and they have a retail footprint all over the country, and they understand this product well, and they have pitched it rightly. Their growth is fantastic. So again, it comes to know-how, knowing the right product, right way to make it, and right price point and right distribution. They are able to grow faster. The bigger brands are, I believe, not more than 8-10%. I mean, that is my guess. Exact statistics, you are always better at it.
No, I think you are right, and you gave an example of Reliance Trend, and we have got connect with them where we have to put up more than 50,000 machines for them, garmenting machines in next 1 year, and they have a target to expand or triple their sales. Agio is doing fantastic during these times, and even their offline Reliance Trends is doing good. So I think other than that, as you rightly said, there are new brands which are emerging where Elsys is one of them. When I talk about Elsys, I think just for the benefit of the manufacturers who want to invest in this segment, there's an opportunity to grow your own brand also in sport tech. The way demand, while those there are certain set of customers who will need Adidas or Nike, or they'll say, I need a logo to show off that, okay, and their product is also good. I'm not saying show off. But they are open to, if something is available at a right cost, they're open to trying. How big is the opportunity to penetrate domestic market, creating your own brand in sport textiles? Because this opportunity is not there in every textile segment, but here, because people are ready to try new things, if the product is good, the opportunity seems to be big. What's your idea, Rajkumar?
No, I agree with you totally. There is a very big opportunity to create a homegrown brand in India. The opportunity is immense, and it's not that you cannot create. I mean, we have the example of Boat in audio equipment. They have created such a big brand, even though they are importing everything. They have created a brand. It's possible. So, but then it is again a matter of, it is a project. You have to work on it.
Yeah, it's a project. Yeah,
it is a mindset, and it is an opportunity which somebody has to identify. So we are more focused on fabrics and manufacturing kind of mindset. So creating a brand is a different mindset which you need to have. The opportunity, I think, is the sky is the limit. That much is the opportunity, because there is a place for a midpoint price point. All the Adidas and Nikes are all 1,500 plus for anything you buy.
Yes, yes.
So if you can give something at 500 or 600, the size of the market is limitless.
Immense.
Yes. Yeah, immense, definitely. Which is what, to an extent, Reliance has identified. They are pitching the right place. So maybe Elsys can do that. Roshanji, I know him very well. He knows better than anybody else. But of course, it is a long road to be tread. Building a brand. How much you can survive, you may not live to see the success of the brand. That is what happens in most cases. I'm not saying that for Elsys, of course. Roshanji is doing fine. I understand that. So this is not about him. It is about most brands that we see. These are created, and it is a product. It is something which.
Rajkumarji, all of us do it in our life when we bring our children, and then they, it's a lifetime investment. You don't know how it's going to come, but you really invest for a longer term.
Correct.
So, but the good point I am saying in sport tech is one industry where you really, because we have seen that you can earn EBITDAs, but when you want to create long-term value for a business, you have to connect with the brand to create long-term value. And this is one segment. At certain point of time, you can understand and plan a long-term valuation of the business, not only in terms of cash outflow, but valuation of the business. So that's a really, really good segment to be in. I will, while I have some more questions, but I will keep this open for the audience also who wants to ask questions, because on my panel, you will not find more experienced people than them if you have to get into this business. So you can ask questions also, and I think I can, if some question comes on chat, which I can see, I can ask, or otherwise you can raise hands and or whatever. Like, I think the organizers can plan that one can ask questions, because with this interesting discussion, I would say that those who have, and I get all the queries when I talk to clients and ask them to invest in this segment. Questions are welcome from that perspective to my both panelists on this.
So Prashant, while the questions kind of line up, I would like to just come in and share some of the experiences of building a globally competitive business in the composites field, broader composites field, because last 2 or 3 questions of yours have been focused around what does it take to really create a business where global buyers are seeing us as a credible and reliable and respectful supply partner, if I may put that way, right? If that's the thing.
Yes.
While we have not done it in our sports equipment business, which is, like I said, relatively new, for the larger composite business, we have done that journey successfully in last 6-7 years, and we are seen as a very good alternative to the established European and American suppliers in that field. So there are companies like Excel and Strongwell and Creative and so on, and these are the companies which traditionally have been supplying composite products for a large number of applications to different buyers, right? Be it transportation segment, be it construction, be it architectural. And when you go abroad, many of you have been traveling, and you would see that the materials which are used in airports and public places and interiors of planes and trains and all is very different than what we typically see in India. So to kind of step in as one credible supplier from a low cost manufacturing base like India has been a very interesting journey for us. So obviously we also started by addressing the lower end of the market to say that, listen, this is new for us. But what I found is that if we kind of aspire to dislodge a world-class competitor from from their meaningful market, then you need to kind of start to walk, talk, behave like that. And what I mean by that, in my experience, is that firstly, the product quality has to be absolutely top class. They tend to look at you as a source of cheap supply. And business may come that way, but if you have to create a lasting partnership, once they try you, they should believe that what you're supplying is as good as what they have bought locally. So that is one key requirement, because what I've seen is that if you supply something which is only cheap, it lasts for one buying cycle. So in order to stay on as a partner of choice, one has to put out products which actually match with the best in the world, right? Along with that, what they seem to kind of care about is also a general business practice, right? I mean, they absolutely value detail orientation, transparency, very tight sort of customer service levels and the usual stuff. But I think they want to see potential partners who are no different in terms of giving them an experience like the ones they have today. So that's one overall learning I have in trying to successfully kind of come up to be seen as one of the alternatives to a European and American supplier for many of our other broader composite forays.
No, I completely agree, Samir. And as you grow businesses, and I think quality, service, business practices, experience, like people say that it has to be taken for granted now if you have to do business. But developing those takes a lot of persistence, because it needs a commitment from each and every person of the organization, not as a company, but as each and every person, because service comes through various touch points. in an organization. So I completely agree with you, Samir. Suresh Kotak ji wants to ask some question, and I'll go to him. Suresh ji.
So please unmute yourself, sir. Yes, sir.
Samir ji and Rajkumar ji, you both talked about raw materials. You also talked about innovation. I have seen in Germany in the exhibition some of the composites made by Arvind, and you have used the local material that is raw cotton. India is surplus in raw cotton, and technical textiles with the help of raw cotton for different kind of products, which is the raw material available and which is also capable of creating lot of technical textiles product, which Arvind has done it and some others have done it. So can you throw some light on use of raw cotton, which is a surplus and a huge endowment for India for technical textiles in various areas of ports, the composites, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll maybe give you a quick answer and then I'll request Rajkumar ji to kind of weigh in because I think he has a lot more experience with this specific question. I think, see, as far as use of cotton in technical textiles is concerned, yes, certain categories of products, right? You know, specialty wear, especially the human protection wear, we can use cotton. I mean, I'm not familiar about where in composites we can use cotton, but yes, human protection wear, we kind of make a variety of them, and you can use cotton as a base and give it certain treatments to create certain amount of, you know, abrasion resistance kind of products. But in my understanding, a lot of what we are talking about today, specifically sports techs, is something which relies a whole lot on man-made fibers. So that's my understanding. But like I said, Rajkumar ji is more qualified to, you know, weigh in on this. So I'll hand over to him.
From what I understood, Mr. Kotak's question was about composites, I think.
No, but
No,
composites.
I think I'll tell you, Samir ji and Rajkumar ji. I think Kotak ji, there are many products in technical textiles where cotton is used. For example, even oils like de-makeup pads and all, where cotton is being used, and as cotton is used as a blend instead of individual cotton also in many products in technical textiles. While when we talk about sport tech, why the cotton usage is less, because a lot of it depends on the strength where you play on, and which comes more in synthetic fibers. But as you rightly said, India has a strength of cotton, and there are specific products which are identified and which are there in technical textiles, which where cotton is used, and we can create products of technical textiles because it's a vast segment from that perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, Prashant.
Thank you, Kotaki. And Samir, there is a question which I could see in chat for you. Question to Samir: any views on the design and development competencies of Indian companies for innovating on sea fiber sport tech products?
I'm sorry, what's the product?
The sea fiber sport tech product. I think sea fiber is carbon fiber, right? Carbon fiber sport tech product.
Right. So look, I think we are the only ones, as far as we know, who have even entered into this segment of trying to make carbon fiber sports products. And what we are doing is we have, you know, some competency in-house, but then we have supplemented heavily with bringing on board specialist consultants from different markets who have done this for a living. And we started with, you know, project mode, and we still continue doing that. So we kind of had us, you know, somebody who helped us to produce our first line of rackets. And, you know, it took us about a year or so to kind of stabilize the production of that. And as we are sort of, you know, getting into a higher performing racket, we are finding somebody else as well. So it's really, you know, a combination of ensuring that you have a small core team in-house, but then inject whatever expertise you need outside in. And none of that, in my knowledge, is available in India. So you have to kind of bring people from outside who have done this for a living. And typically, most of them are in China or in Europe. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think I understand. Thanks, Samir. I think I was just reading the other question also, and one question from Tarakat Rajamani has come. Do you think there has to be capacity development in this part of ecosystem? Definitely. I think Rajkumar ji has been telling from beginning that once the capacity development happens, investments happen in a big way, then only there are a lot of other things which will, ecosystem develop at the side, and even buyers would like to come, not because there are one or two vendors, but because there are many of those, because they would like to come and source from everybody in a bulk quantity. The international buyers are producing, and even the requirement for Indian buyers is also becoming big. The scale is growing for a lot of Indian brands also nowadays. So from that perspective, I think there is no alternative. Believe me, when we always talk about business shifting from China or Vietnam or anybody anywhere else, uh, uh, it can only happen when we invest big way in creating capacities. Buyers globally look towards us, but they look towards us where we have developed capacities, where we have developed what China is giving. It's giving you a lot of product variety. It's giving you a very good service. It's giving you timely deliveries, and definitely quality is taken for granted. So when you have product variety, timely deliveries, right cost and service, a combination of these four factors, if somebody in India gives, then buyer is ready to ship from China. Otherwise, I have done the analysis till last month, where China has lost more than 5% share in global markets, while who has gained is Vietnam and Bangladesh and Cambodia, not India. India is stable to all have lost little bit from where they were. So while so much talk is going on in terms of what India can do, I think what is important for us to understand, the saving grace for us is that we have a big domestic market, which can help us to step on our growth. But for international market to attract international buyers to us as an alternative to China, I think we need to really focus on all what has been given an input from Rajkumar ji and Samir, from the perspective of what needs to be done. Buyers will come. I always tell people come to us, Prashant, everything is fine, but can you help us connect with few buyers and we get the orders? I always tell them I can connect you with all the buyers, but the issue is, are you capable to supply what they need? I think if you have the capability, buyer will thank me for connecting, not that I will take you an introduction fees from you. Buyer will say, thank you, Prashant, you connected them with us, because they are looking for suppliers. They are they have been trying to go to Surat and other areas for so long to develop these kind of products, because nobody wants to pay high duty and import fabrics or import garments. But the issue for them is, while even if we take them to some of the players who can supply those products, but the quality is not good enough for their brands to sustain. So I think all of us, as an investor, as manufacturer, what Rajkumar ji pointed out, what Sameer pointed out, whether we were talking about quality, whether it's about business practice, experience, creating capacities, everything evolves around focusing on ourselves instead of focusing towards market. If the market is so huge, everybody is talking about billions, numbers in billions. Nobody even talked about millions. When you are only talking about billions and you have to set up a small business, so key will be that how do you set that business right? Buyers, and I think I can being connected with so many buyers as well as manufacturers, I can tell you that buyers also want to do business with India. Instead of going to Vietnam and Bangladesh, they love to come to India, to meet Indian companies, to meet Indian people, to eat Indian food, and there's so many privileges that one gets, the kind of hospitality one gets here in India. But ultimately, they are the buyers who need products more than hospitality. So I think these are important inputs one last thing which I could say
Sir,
that from Rajkumar. Yeah,
sir, it is time up. So,
sure,
if you
sure.
could, yeah.
Let's. That's. I think I will only say that thanks Rajkumar ji and thanks Samir ji for giving really good insight from your experience. Because what you shared today is not anybody can come from theory and explain. These are real experiences of life. With this, I will thank again IMC and all my panelists to make this panel discussion very interesting. Hand over to you, the host, to take it
Selvi.
forward. Thanks everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sirs. Thank you. After an insightful session, we now move on to the next panel discussion. Meditech Medical Textile to moderate and initiate this session. I invite Dr. Siddharth Rajgopal, Executive Director, TextProCell. Over to you, Dr. Rajgopal. You can unmute from your end, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Selby, for
Thank you.
giving me this opportunity, and also to the IMC. I'm really grateful to them for
Thank you, sir.
inviting me to this session on Meditech and ask me to moderate it. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the participants and our two eminent panelists, Dr. Lakshmi Subramaniam, the Head Center for Excellence in Medical Textiles at CITRA. CITRA is, as you know, designated as the Center of Excellence for Medical Textiles, and Mr. Uma Shankar Mahapatra, the business head of Health and Hygiene, Wellspun India. Wellspun is also one of the most leading companies in India and does not need any introduction. I also compliment the IMC for organizing this thoughtfully, this session on Meditech. It's a timely focus, not only because we live in the pandemic or through pandemic times, but also mankind's general obsession with staying healthy and healing his own wounds and generally looking fit. And also overall focus on the technical textile.
Hello, Dr. Rajgopal. We are losing connect, sir. Dr. Rajgopal.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Now we can hear you, sir. Yeah.
Now, Meditech means we got in touch with the textile technology, and therefore the Meditech as a branch has come up in terms of applications which we are seeing in before us. It's supposed to be a $16 billion market and growing, and that was in 2018. But after the pandemic, I think, and the rate of growth would have been much higher, as we would see in terms of the development which took place in the PPE and other areas. But it's growing at a 5% CAGR as per our experts. Now, the development of new fibers as well as advances in manufacturing technologies for yarns and fabrics have really opened up new areas of application for textiles, and consequently, medtech has come in as a major area of activity in the textile sector. A good example, as we live in COVID times, is the strides made in the manufacture and trade of PPE suits and masks. I mean, in the morning, almost all the honorable speakers in the inaugural session, including the honorable minister, had touched upon this, because this is the landmark thing. Because when we started in March 2020, there was hardly any capacity. But by the time India ended up in about 90 to 120 days, we have become the second largest manufacturers of this product line, as has been pointed out. The world trade in textiles, because of pandemic during the first 6 months, had declined by 14%. But the trade in these products grew by about 30%. The US itself, these pandemic related PPE suits and masks, from which was only about 2.8% growth in 2019, grew by as much as 300% during the period January, July of the current year. Face masks and also disposable apparel grew. And you see this HS line 6307.90, which really captures the whole activity in the home textile and the PPE segment. You will realize that the increases are as high as 560% in imports and 650% in exports. So you would see the kind of major activity which took place in the pandemic period. Now, you can always say it shows the potential of Meditech. You can also argue that, look, during pandemic times, the growth in PPE has an exceptional there because of the pandemic and the pandemic related apparel and support system that you needed. But having said that, there are also areas like hygienic products, wound dressings, which are equally important parts of Meditech. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. Anyway, so wound dressings, hygiene products are very much there, which are not necessarily pandemic related. You have things like pads and wipes and dressings and bandages are amongst the largest items of trade that have, and these have also been identified, mind you, in the production linked incentive scheme. There are 4 items from Meditech in the total 10 items government has identified. So it is 40% of the items relate to medtech, and these 2 pads and wipes, dressings and bandages are traded around the world in large numbers and also find a place in the PLI program. Now, apart from these, I mean, which are of course known, healing and dressing of wounds is known to everybody. There are also new Meditech products, which is where I think we need to concentrate. The Honorable Minister also mentioned that, look, Meditech, probably PPE and other things have been now an overused term, maybe too much activity is taking place. But there are areas in Meditech which I think need to be looked at. And in fact, mind you, when you look at investment, when you look at breakthrough technology, you have products like extracorporeal devices, implantable materials, which are awaiting entrepreneurial push and engagement. Our experts will tell us more about these things. But these are areas which will require high levels of R&D, high levels of technical collaboration, high levels of investment. And we will really be able to make a breakthrough, because India is also known for providing cost-effective medical services. Medical tourism is something which we have been using very loosely in this country. But that it only shows that the medical services that we are able to generate in a developing country like ours, which is very low cost. And today our vaccine, the government has been able to send it across the world and earned a lot of goodwill. And because it has been able to manufacture it at a very cost-effective basis. Now, to understand all these issues in greater depth and the wide range of Meditech products, fibers in use, market size and potential, opportunities for entrepreneurs, and as the Honorable Minister mentioned, we should be looking at the SME sector. And of course, the challenges which we are facing. We have 2 distinguished panelists in Dr. Lakshmi Subramaniam of Citra, as I mentioned, and Mr. Umashankar Mahapatra of Wellspun. Both of them have spent a lot of time, energy in developing products, in guiding people, and also in looking for investment opportunities. I will now invite our panelists to make their presentation. Both the speakers have been very kind to prepare PPTs, because it will make it easy for people to understand and also make it a little bit structured in terms of the responses you can generate. After the presentation, we will have a Q&A session, as we have been having in the earlier session. Participants are invited to post their questions in the chat box, as well as raise their hands and maybe also intervene. So now, I think without much ado, may I request Dr. Lakshmi Subramaniam, Head Center of Excellence in Medical Textiles in Citra, Coimbatore, an outstanding textile research institute in our country, to make his presentation. Dr. Subramaniam, please.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajagopal, and yes, distinguished gatherings. So I just wanted to present.
You have to share your PPT.
Yeah, the PPT I am putting it, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you able to see that, sir?
No, not as yet.
No, sir.
IMC can share it.
It's now visible, sir. Is it okay, sir? Now?
Yes, sir. Now you can make, yeah, it is visible. Visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk on medical textiles and with related to CITRA, what kind of activities that we are currently going on, a little bit on that to start with. Yes, CITRA started with about 60, 70 years ago, a not-for-profit of making organizations, and under for mini mission, one of technical mission of technical textiles. We have been in 2008 acknowledged as a center of excellence. And from that onwards, we have been actively working on the promotion and development of medical textiles in India. So in medical textiles as a whole, if you can divide the segments to about 5 segments, it goes into the 2 segments are combined here and then given as healthcare and hygiene, and non-implantable, implantable, and extracorporeal. Where healthcare in the healthcare and the hygiene, they are all for the patients and used by the users for the patients. Like for example, surgical gowns, masks, and in hygiene sectors like diapers, etc. And about on the patients and non-implantable, yes, wound dressings plays a major role. And then also we have some crib bandages coming up into non-implantable devices, which is on the skin of the patients, which has been primarily put into. And in the patients and implantable devices, we have vascular grafts, which can be bifurcated or a non-bifurcated vascular grafts, and sutures, which are playing into implantable materials. As well as near the patients, we have extracorporeal like artificial lungs, artificial liver, and artificial kidneys. In that, medical textiles plays major role in that. And in the global market, actually, according to the study in 2018, it is found that about 1.2 lakh crores of money is being involved in that. And then in the non-implantable, implantable healthcare, these contributes about more than 90 to 95%. And they have also a CGR growth rate of implantable and healthcare divisions has got more than 6% growth rate. And this is actually extracorporeal comes into less than 5% or so. So in Indian market, as a domestic market of textiles, we have presently, it is being expected to touch around 12% of CAGR by 2025. And we are also going to be the very 6th largest global market in size. And from 6th, we are going to go into 3rd actually. In the market textiles revenue in India, starting from, according to the Swiss report recently, which has been done with, it's all represented in the Swiss billion rupees. In 2010, it was started with 2.9 billion, enhanced to 10 billion, and then further it is expected to touch around 50 billion. Of that, the distribution, if you can take into consideration, less than 10 billion of investment making companies or industries are contributing around 90% in that category, whereas the high cost industries are very, very less in this segment in India. See, in opportunities in medical textiles, we have about many products are currently being imported, and then if there is so hence we have a very big chance of making our products here, making it for our own benefit, but as well as also we'll have the cost would be less. And being a second most populous countries, the consumption for ours will be very high also, because medical tourism and health insurances has gone up. Nowadays, many people are having health insurance compared to what was about 10 years back. And even the second generation or the third generation entrepreneurs, they are willing to explore new areas, because from the conventional textiles, they are also planning to take up into medical textiles, which would be a better this one. And by support from the government, like subsidies and creation of COEs, as well as also creation of Meditech zones, I think, and mandating the purchase of from the MSMEs, and schemes like Swachh Bharat and Ayushman Bharat help in the opportunities may help, as well as also currently it is helping for medical textiles to come better. And in the case of business divisions in medical textiles, if we can take into consideration the extracorporeal and the implantable devices, which are going to be a low volume transfer in the market, but they have a high margin. Whereas in the case of hygiene and healthcare textiles with the non-implantable devices, that has got high volume requirement as well as low margin. This one, if you take this table into consideration, you can see the sector-wise opportunities where we can be able to see the extracorporeal and implantable devices. The capital investment is very high, and the profit margin also becomes high. Whereas in the non-implantable and hygiene textiles, the mostly the capital investment is low, and as well as margin, this one profit margin also low, and whereas the demands are very high. In the case of post-COVID opportunities, yes, we have tremendous opportunities after post-COVID. Even Citra was testing so much of this one products from several industries all over the country, and it was, I think, because of new small entrepreneurs entered into production of this one PPE and coveralls and surgical gowns. So many things have been done tested by us. And we have so many industries, we have even given so a lot of DPRs and other things to them, training and everything, so that the small scale entrepreneurs or new entrepreneurs have gone into this market. And then we have this one also, government supported PPE testing facilities, which has been established all over the country, also facilitated this post-COVID-19 opportunities in medical textiles. What we presume as a Citra, which we can do together and for growing this particular opportunity, making this medical textiles a better way in India, could be a public-private partnership by actually putting some sensors, embedding some sensors like detecting some viruses or bacteria through the mask or the breath analyzer, where we can be able to find out certain proteins which is coming out. By sensing that, we can by color sensing, we can even identify the bacteria through the mask itself, so that it could be better, or embedding some sensors in the this one normal conventional textiles to make that person to person doesn't have a contact, who can even social distancing can be maintained, so that the distance can be, sensors can be placed into it. And as well as also government public-private partnership for getting subsidies and funds for research for creating new products, especially in implantable as well as extracorporeal areas. And we have, and creating so many pilot plant manufacturing and training centers would help us in large way, as well as also the collaboration from MNCs, from Indian private and public enterprise. Through them, we can also have more this one, and creation of new standards in the in collaboration with international standard formulating bodies will also give us a better mileage in this opportunities for the textiles. And as far as we came across, we have been in domestic and global, there are several players which are there and listed. I don't want to read fully. Though technically to mention this, these are all different domestic players. Several of them are in the global. Mostly you can have diverse varieties of even implantable, and even they have so many people have been into multinational companies, because of the investment is heavy. They have been able to do it with implantable devices and extracorporeal. Whereas in domestic, most of them, except one or two implantable sutures or something like that, there are no many players inside. And large players in India, mostly you can see from the list which has been given here, except one or two like Wellspun as well as in Reliance and some Arvind. Most of them seems to be from foreign countries. So that's it, sir. I just thought I have finished my this one talk. If there is anything I would like to have. the discussion further. Yes, sir. I hope we've been able to get that, sir.
Sir, you are mute. Dr. Rajago.
Mr. Umashankar, you're mute. Mr.
Okay, can you hear
Mahapatra?
me? I think.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Umashankar, now please go ahead with your presentation.
First, let me unmute. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. So you'll have to share your presentation, yes.
Yeah, just a moment. Give me a moment. Yeah, I need to reshare. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rajagopal, and thanks IMC for giving the opportunity. So already Dr. Subramaniam covered in detail, what are different kinds of medical textile as a country we are doing, and globally, what is there in the market and which we need to catch up. So what I will do, I will touch base as a overall perspective of medical textile, and I will discuss in detail what as a Wellspan we are doing and what kind of opportunities we see in coming days. As we see advantage India, India is a large healthcare market already exist in India because of various factors, and one of the important factors is the rising disposable income, greater health awareness, and also a lot of late lifestyle disease increase, which is increasing the consumption of medical consumer products. And also we see as a attractive destination as a medical tourism, what previous speakers also told. So it is attracting a lot of investment hospitals, especially the private hospitals, and also as a lot of medical tourists coming in, the disposable products consumption is also growing high. Our rising manpower and also the ratio of man to doctors, that's also increasing. So at the currently we have close to 1 million doctors registered with Indian Medical Association. So that is also increasing the reach of the healthcare to even the rural population. So that is also boosting the demand for healthcare related products. And a lot of government policy supports like the Ayushman Bharat. So that is reaching to the mass population of India, and indirectly that will increase the demand for medical textiles. Medical tourism, some numbers. So it is growing at a very high rate of 20 to 25% growth rate. And the factors, in favor of India as a top medical tourism destination is because of our cutting edge technology, the facilities we have, which are at par with the, the large, the countries like US and Europe. And also we have the finest doctor in place, not in number, also in the quality of doctors we have. And of course, we have a price advantage to offer. And there is our English speaking population, and also the English speaking, service staff and nurse, the entire ecosystem, that's also attracting a lot of medical, tourists, not only from the, Asian countries, but also from Europe and USA. And also we see people are getting much more health conscious, and visit of doctors is increasing. So even if you see the dentist visit, number of dentist dental clinic is also in India is increasing. And as earlier speakers already mentioned, we have already global leadership by showing the leadership position in COVID vaccination drive to the world. So why not we take a leadership position in medical textile apart from our core strength, which was into the in the bandages and other low value hygiene products. We should now, this is the right time so that we capitalize on our real technological advantage and go into the high value product segment as well. The market size, as per the recent number, this is close to 20 billion, but maybe it is going to grow at much faster than which was estimated. And Indian market, this was a little bit old number, close to 1 billion US dollar, and out of that, the sanitary napkin and wet wipes contributes a significant portion of it. So we could see we are primarily into the low value products, and there is a real need to go to the high value items and critical product category. So I will not repeat some of these numbers, which already Mr. Subramaniam touched, what different kind of, how we can, classify them into different categories. So, so I will skip all these and keep the time for discussion at the end. So if we get into the supply chain, break the supply chain of medical textile to the various portion. So we have, specialty fibers where we have some strength, but there are a lot more room to, make new investment into the specialty fiber material. We are strong in, say, cotton-based material, some polyester and polyamide, but there are many specialty fibers which are being used, like say super absorbent polymer or some, biodegradable materials for implantable devices, which needs a fresh investment and R&D. Then, the fibers goes into various kinds of manufacturing process, and especially in medical textile, nonwoven plays a significant role. So it has got a highest percentage of market share in terms of substrate, the fabric substrate being used, other than, other technologies like braiding and narrow woven fabric. And all kinds of non-woven technologies like say SMS, spun melt, spun-laced and air-laid technologies are being used. Various kind of specialty surface treatments, antimicrobial, antiviral, different kind of repellent finishes, waterproof, bloodproof kind of being used as a surface coating, which as a textile downstream process we can do the value addition. And there are very large international players, leading players into the specialty fabric space, and then it goes for the conversion and then the medical distribution to reach to the hospitals and consumers. One of the new areas which could be the smart textile, which Dr. Subramaniam also mentioned, which is incorporating different kind of sensors into the our garments or various kind of home textile, which can sense lot of our physiological parameters, and lot of benefits we can be achieved through this by remote sensing, like this in current situation where many people are not able to travel or visit to the see the doctor. So this kind of sensing can give a remote sensing possibility, and from a distance the a lot of consultation is possible. In other countries, these kind of smart textiles are also being used for defense application, so that we can track the health condition of our soldiers in the field. So there are a lot of opportunities for doing R&D and product development into this specific very high-end medical textile space. As Minister also mentioned, that we are proud to be, that we have already become the second largest PPE manufacturer within very short span of time, with a capacity of close to 5 lakh pieces kit per day. So that's a real pride for India. And of course, there is some capacity currently underutilized, but we should be really keeping our focus there, so that we stay invested and we really create a great product with all kind of certifications, and to service not only the domestic market, but we reach to the all global market with our quality products. Similarly, in various kind of mask, be it 3-layer surgical mask or be it N95 respirator. So the N95 respirator were really, a lot of shortage we have seen, but right now we have self-sufficiency in terms of N95, and in fact we have now, surplus capacity available in N95 respirator mask as well. If I come very specific to what at Welspun we are doing, Welspun, primarily known for, home textile. And even in home textile, we could see a lot of surge in demand for, antimicrobial treated home textile goods, be it for, bath linen or bed linen. So earlier, antimicrobial textile was there since long, but the real application and demand from the market we could see in recent time. And, so this kind of products are getting larger adoption in the market. So some, strength of Welspun, we have significant investment in R&D, and we hold close to 30 patents, granted patents, and our, patent portfolio, pending patent pipelines is more than 100. And so we are always investing in, creating a IP-based product portfolio. In a technical textile space, apart from home tech, we have recently invested into the flooring solution, which is again a very, very specialized technology for both soft carpet, which is a roll to wall carpet, and also with hard PVC backing carpet tiles. And also for the sports application, we have the artificial grass to offer, and also the composite tiles, which could be the replacement for traditional floorings like granite and wooden flooring. The advanced textile, which is in significant importance in current times, Welspun has invested 10 years back into this nanoven technology, and primarily our focus is into the disposable nanoven. So we have a specialized, very, very custom-made line for spunless nanoven, which is finding application mainly into the health and hygiene application, and also some bit into the other medical textile application. Then we have some of our roll goods, primarily, though it's primarily getting converted into the others conversion facility, but partly we are also converting into the finished product in terms of various kind of wet wipes, be it for baby wipes or be it for the cosmetic wipes. And recently during COVID times, we have also invested into the disinfectant wipes, which goes for hard surface cleaning. So that is also a very, very specialized technology. And semi-durable to more durable category, we have the needle punching based nanoven, which has got application primarily into the hot gas filtration and also into various kind of safety products as the lining for various say fire suits or various protective application. So that's the two segment we are focusing, hot gas filtration and protection, the PPE. And also our advanced textile business has got the value added downstream process in terms of coating and printing, which finds a lot of application in including medical textile through various kind of specialized coatings. So we talked about spunless needle punched. We also have a thermobonded nanoven facility, which can be used for filtration and some of the medical products. But primarily it is for insulation material, which is for captive consumption for our bedding related products. In the wet wipes category, there are various kind of wet wipes in terms of its particular fold, particular size and stack, and various kind of surface treatment, various kind of lotions can be added, and there are a lot of R&D possibilities there. So we have our own solution, in terms of, what kind of cosmetic effect, what kind of freshness, we can provide to the consumers. Then in the cosmetic category, there is a different kind of face mask. So in current times, visiting salons and spa is becoming a, many people are apprehensive. So these kind of products could be really handy so that we can do the cosmetic application at home. And also these are very handy products while traveling. So some of our facility pictures you can see. These are hygiene products, so it needs very, very state-of-the-art and control environment in terms of clean room environment, and also the various certification and testing facilities, be it the fiber to the finished product. So all kinds of controls are there in place. And during COVID times, we have invested into the PPE items as well. Earlier, we are supplying primarily all goods, but now we have become one of the early player to invest in the surgical mask N95 and coverall category, and we have secured the BIS certification and CE certification for some of our products, and FDA certification is in process. So here the main differentiator, what I see, you have so many investment in India, but we need to be mindful that these products are going for very, very, critical application. So we should not compromise on the, environment where we produce these kind of products and the quality of products. So nowadays you can find N95 products in the market sitting at even as low as say 8 rupees or 10 rupees. And there are, a lot of miscommunication or false communication in terms of certification. So everybody is printed FDA, CE, everything on the packaging. So these kind of things should be avoided, and we should have a clear consumer understanding so that there is no compromise in terms of safety of our either as a community or as a healthcare workers, our frontline warriors. Some of the certifications. So these are the actual picture of our facility. You can see the clean room environment in our hygiene facility where we are doing wet wipes. And this is the facility where we manufacture 3-ply surgical mask and N95 respirator. So facility is also equipped with the state-of-the-art testing facility. So this has also been built up in a very short span of time. And we have the microbial testing included. So we can do the bacterial filtration efficiency testing as well in-house, apart from doing the other testing related to say synthetic blood penetration. So apart from taking service of third-party agencies like Citra or say other international labs, so for day-to-day quality monitoring, we are fully equipped so that each and every lot are tested as per the protocols. Some details about what kind of certification we have for 3-ply surgical mask. Also in the N95 FFP2 respirator. We are also doing the reusable fabric mask for the non-medical use. So these are going primarily for the community application, and here also we have a very, very specialized offering. Wellspun has got a patented fabric which is called nanocore fabric, which is a composite fabric of oven and non-oven. So the filtration layer comes inbuilt. So which makes it more durable. Otherwise, there could be a possibility that in a reusable cloth mask, you could have a filter layer in between. But that comes with a problem of, either damaging the filter layer if it is a very, very delicate melt blown layer. So there is a chance of damage to that filter layer and there is a risk associated. But here in this nanocore technology, we have the filter layer integrated and it can last for as high as say 100 wash in the home laundry. So that's a very, very unique offering we have, apart from doing the antimicrobial and antiviral finishing treatment and doing multiple layers without compromising the breathability aspect of the mask. And the products are tested as per ISO methods, all antimicrobial and antiviral testing. The coverall part, we are the first one in India to get the BIS certification for coverall. And this is a very, very specialized in-house developed product. So this is a spunless product, so which brings a lot of flexibility to the wearer. So this is a very, very soft and flexible product as compared to spun-bond laminated or SMS laminated product. So spunless being a polyester viscose blend, so that brings a lot of good, very, very close to our traditional clothing. So it has a very good moisture absorbency and also is very, very soft in touch. Other interesting products to offer nowadays while traveling, you have seen that in Indian Railways, they have stopped offering the bed linens. So this could be a good option for the disposable linen category. And in fact, this product we developed almost 5-6 years ago in joint development with RDSO, which is an approved product, which is a biodegradable bed linen for Indian Railways. So that could be also a good potential for the entire transportation industries, where washing and is a apprehension. Users will be apprehension of using a whether the blanket or whether the bed sheets are properly washed or not. So here biodegradable disposable bed linens or towel could be a good option. So we have a pilot run done in various Indian Railways, Western Railways, and also we have done in Duronto and Shatabdi. So these are already tested and approved product, which can have now a larger application also into the hospitals and also the daycare facilities. But one point I would like to bring to notice of all consumers, that we should be mindful in disposing of our, the PPE products. in the institutional environment, there is a proper setup of collection and segregation. But as a community in the residential complex or while using it at home, we should be really responsible in disposing this kind of PPE items so that it doesn't become a environmental hazards. And also as a long term, we will urge all the R&D facilities and government agencies to invest in a proper technology, or so that we create a biodegradable product, and also we create a ecosystem for proper collection, segregation and recycling of these PPE items. So that's all from my side. Open to questions. Back to Dr. Rajagopal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahapatra. Indeed, a very illuminating presentation. I think it's time for questions because a lot of questions must come up in our minds. Because on the one side, we have a corporate company, a large company like Welspun, really maintaining the standards and trying to bring up the quality and also having the range and also being able to do a lot of R&D. So therefore, before I think we take up some questions from the floor, one or two questions I would like to sort of frame and put it across so that we can take the discussion forward. Now, I think looking at this presentation, and I think on the one side, as I said, the corporates like Welspun are there and well positioned to take on, because the key issue here is what are the opportunities, as the minister also said in the morning, for SMEs, not only in this med tech, because you have to maintain the parameters of quality on the one hand, the level of investment on the other, thirdly, the level of technology. How do you marry or how do you get all these things together in one single for an SME? Even though SME, I must say, the government has gone and redefined SMEs to some extent. It's made it a little more flexible from a rigid rule. But tell me, I think I will ask Dr. Lakshmi this, because you are dealing from the research institute's perspective and servicing a wide range of clients, although Welspun can also come in with their comments. So Dr. Lakshmi, how do you really get this entire ecosystem of manufacturing, which has got investment, technology, quality, biodegradability, and all these issues which are all part of the composite of culture of manufacturing? How do we put it together? Dr. Lakshmi, please.
See, thing is, as India, in most of these cases regarding these medical textiles, we are in infant stage. So we don't have much. We should have more funds to be pumped in for getting these things ready for our medical textiles. Especially in the case, see, we only have some kind of a standard set for mask, some kind of a standard set for PPE, coveralls and everything. But that all BIS standards and which has been provided by CITRA into the BIS is not being followed at all. These opportunities are plenty, but only thing is the quality of the stuff which is going into the market is very, very poor. Because even when you go into the market and go for it, there is no stringent rules and regulations saying that there need to be a strict standard set for this particular mask has to be purchased or has to be only sold. There is nothing like that. There can be 3 layers, there can be 2 layers, so many different parameters have been going on, and then people are see, even 1 rupee worth of manufacturing of material for a single or 2 layers, they are giving at 10 rupees only. For the same thing about 3 layer, which is in between, in the 3 layers even, the quality between the middle, the quality of the middle layer, which should be a melt-blown one, which is not being actually being carried out by many people. So there should be a stringent rules to be followed so that the opportunities can be made into plenty with the SME, the insistence of creating, manufacturing the products in a high quality, even though the price may be a little higher, but the quality, if it is maintained and stringently followed by certain missionaries where government can help us in putting it in the market, so that it would be easier for us to give them guidance, or as well as also for the, see, we have a best training center here for medical textiles. We can create DPRs, we can do training, we can do even pilot scale about more than, we have about 17 products we can pilot scale manufacture. We can even do that for this vascular grafts, bifurcated vascular grafts. We have got machines for making that. But the proper usage of people are very, very less now. So we need to have that kind of people who can invest as well as although the best quality they want to take it up. Yes, we can be able to do it.
No, I appreciate that point. I do appreciate that point. But you see, when it comes to regulations, protocols, standards, and various other things, you see, there is an issue there because the SME may or may not be able to really comply with them. Not because they don't want to do it, but they may probably be having some limitations in terms of their own personnel, or they may the people hired, or even the the capital that they may have. So the accessibility to the technology. So do you think we can simplify these protocols a little so that it can be easily adopted?
Yes, it can be. It can be simplified we will try to simplify wherever possible, which can be done also.
So that would be of great help. In fact, this is my view.
If I may add, Dr. Rajagopal,
Yes, please go ahead.
So if in the supply chain, the discussion which I showed, you have if you break the supply chain of medical textile into different parts,
right.
As you go, the backwards into the process, there you have all the large players.
Okay. Yeah.
Sir, you have got unmuted. Mr. Mahapatra? Sir, you have got muted.
Yeah, sorry. I think somebody by mistake muted me.
Yeah.
See the supply chain of medical textile. If you go into the backward of the supply chain, upstream you see, you have a large player like DuPont or Lenjing or Reliance who is investing into the fiber. Then if you go into the next step, which is into the conversion of polymers into the fabric, be it nonwoven or various kind of other air-laid or spunless product. So that is again a very, very capital intensive. So you have Alstrom or you have those kind of Kimberly-Clark, those kind of player in between. So if you go into the downstream, then you have majorly it can be done by SMEs. There are very, very small, low volume products which actually fits into the SME scheme. In fact, being in a large corporate in Wellspun, sometimes I feel that I am working as a startup within a large ecosystem. Because the advanced textile or health and hygiene, you need to treat as a SME within a large corporate, even, otherwise it is a very, very small volume. So SMEs are always, welcome into this medical textile business, and we need to find a very, very niche of your product, and their quality should not be, compromised at any cost. And as far as the standards and certification, I think government has done a very good job in the initial days. You have seen the BIS has done multiple sessions. Your Ministry of Textile has done a lot of handholdings in terms of transfer of technology from DRDO to a lot of SMEs. So I think that way ecosystem are in place, and all these standards, apart from the FDA and CE, which is really very, very time consuming and cost intensive. Otherwise, for domestic, it's really accessible.
Distribution manufacturing, as they say, hub and spoke model. Yes, sir. Suresh Kotak, sir. Kindly come in, sir. Unmute and come in, sir.
Yes, sir. You can unmute, sir. Sir, please unmute.
Yes, sir. Boli.
For both the friends, one is about the wipes. About the wipes, I am told there are specific wipes which are available internationally. By that I mean antibacterial, anti-malarial, even which is going to Africa, antivirus against COVID. Whether India and yourselves, with such a wide range, are manufacturing? This is my question number one. And whether there is any technological advancement Citra or anybody has done. My second question is about the use of nanocellulose. Nanocellulosic has replaced many uses of other fibers, including synthetic fibers. The nanocellulosic is widely used in some countries, and India has done very well in some of the research organizations. Has anybody been using nanocellulosic in the medical textiles? Two questions. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Dr. Lakshmi. Yeah, go ahead, please.
See, actually, in cellulose nanoparticles, we can go ahead with on hemophytic work. We can include that, but not many cellulose is being used in many other purposes because of the because of the cost involved in that for making the nanocellulose particles. So here we have more of creating this one.
Can't hear.
Yes, sir. Can you?
Hello, are you able to hear?
Now better.
Dr. Lakshmi, I think there is some other mobile device which is connected onto the same event in your end. That is why there is an echo.
Maybe in the
There is
same
no
room.
mobile ringing here, nothing is
Same
there.
room. In the same room, there is a laptop or something connected, two devices connected to the same event, sir. That is why there is an echo.
No, I am not connected. Okay, maybe the speaker is
Maybe the
towards me.
speaker.
That could be one of the reason. Okay.
Okay, just can you?
Mostly nanocellulose particles are in for high end. It is used in abroad. That is reason being is it may be a costlier affair to make a nanoparticles, nanocellulose particles. So we have other system for making that. It's like cottons and conventional textiles. It can be used as a absorption of blood in from the system and things like that. That is the reason we are not using nanocellulose particles at present. Maybe in future we may also enter into nanocellulose creation, provided the cost of making could be a little bit what kind of affair. I'll have to look at it. So,
As a matter of fact, nanocellulose has been prepared from linters, and linters is abundantly available in India.
Yes, sir. So, if I add to Dr. Subramaniam, so nanocellulose we are also not using at this moment. So still that is in the early stage of R&D for various kind of application, be it for replacement of super absorbent polymer, or be it for being using as a carrier for dyeing and other processes. And also we could recently see some of the application going into the irrigation field. A lot of agriculture products, they are also using nanocellulose to hold the water for longer duration. So there are many research going on, but still large scale adoption in industry is yet to happen. And on your first question on wet wipes, sir, so wet wipes is a very highly regulated product. If we claim any health related features, be it antimicrobial, antiviral, or any other which is related to any microbial claims. So in India also it is regulated by FDA. So we need to validate all the claims through FDA before we publish and put it on the mark. So antimicrobial is already there in the market, but antiviral still needs a lot of validation and clinical trials. So antiviral claim on wet wipes is a long term process as compared to antimicrobial or regular freshness or the cosmetic application.
Anti-malarial.
Anti-malaria, so far I have not come across that application, but I can see it as a we need to invest in a different kind of lotions. Maybe anti-malaria is an indirect way. It could be say mosquito repellent or insect repellent kind of application, so that while traveling it can be used as a as anti insect repellent kind of thing. So anti-malaria will be a health claim which may not be allowed to do. You can claim that this can insect some kinds of insect.
Anyway, that's
actually, sir, one more point also I would like to put it along with Mr. Umashankar, that it is in antimicrobial. We have also worked out on certain plant-based medicine, plant-based material which can be incorporated into the surgical mask or any other material hygiene, as well as also healthcare textiles, where this can be possible for us to promote this antibacterial embedded products can be sold, which has been we have done some trials and things like that in the laboratory, which has been proved successful in that. And regarding that antiviral, we have not done much about it. And on anti-malarial, I'm sorry, sir, we have that's not been touched upon by Citra, sir.
So I think very good point, sir. I think it
Thank
gives
you,
you
sir.
food for thought. How to
Thank you,
really
sir. Yeah,
develop
I
this
think good
anti-malarial
suggestion, sir. Good suggestion.
good, and I think that will give you an area for you to work. And
Yes.
considering the tropical country in which we are, we can really develop this in a cost-effective manner and share it with our friends in Africa. One or two more questions. I think we have some time. I think just about 5 minutes left. But let me, I mean, Dr. Lakshmi, tell me one thing. You had said that support from the government will be required. What are the support required from government for the
Sir,
growth of Meditech?
I'm not able to hear.
What specifically are you looking at? I thought you were all empowered to do work.
Hello, sir. Can you please repeat it again, sir?
No, am I saying for Meditech, what kind of government specific support you're looking for? Because I think the government has set up a center of excellence, and all of you are empowered, to work and go ahead, trying to build our capacities and capabilities. So, what would you say are specific requirements? Any specific requirement you have in mind?
Creation of Meditech zones, which can be created in many parts of India, where and parks also that can be created. That should pay much more people to come in. Even international players can be collaborated with Indian companies, where we can also think about it, and some standards also we can make standard formulating labs. We can collaborate with them. So those things will help facilitating the government to facilitate these things would help us to have more research into the products which we can develop further, because we already have around more than about 22 such products which has been already been developed by us, and 30 products already we have developed from us, and then we wanted to make it further points into it, so that we will be able to guide more people in this particular segment, sir.
Okay. I think the one last question, I think I would like to point out to what has come in the chat box. It's a really technical question.
That question I will
It needs to
answer.
be answered technically,
Mr.
Mr.
Girdhar has asked me a question which I will answer. See, on the biocompatibility assessment and toxicology risk assessment test, yes, we do that for a preclinical animal laboratory studies, that and all we do that, but not for clinical, for human trials, we don't do that. But maybe we can take the help from CROs like Equia and other known CROs which can do this. Earlier they are called as Textiles, and those companies can take the CROs can take up the job of making a clinical trial with human beings. And there are also Chitra Institute which is there, which is also doing some trials on humans, which on medical textile products, especially in the implant segment, they are doing it. So that is also we can think about collaborating with them.
Okay, thank you very much. I think both the panelists have been, and I think I'll just sort of wind up. I thank both our panelists for being very, very elaborate and with their presentations, and also trying to take the questions and trying to clarify issues. MedTech continues to be an important area of our research and also investment, because it will always be a part of our life. So in conclusion, I can say that as we saw today, there are enormous possibilities for growth in the medtech area. There are no two ways about it. Notwithstanding the bandages and notwithstanding wound healing, notwithstanding PPE and surgical masks, which have become a way of life. There are a lot of other areas which I think we need to look at, as we were talking about the non-surgical components. Apart from that, government itself has, as I said, identified 10 technical textile items for PLI, production linked incentive scheme, out of which 4 happen to be Meditech, which I think, for quick recap, are sanitary towels, napkins and napkin liners, sterile surgical and suture materials, wadding, gauze, bandages, and the like, which are being traded in the world. But they went by a system where what are the largest traded items in the world in terms of medical textile, and what is India's share, and they found that these 4 items were the largest traded in the world. Adhesive dressings. Apart from this, one can be reasonably sure that in the coming budget, considering the pandemic and the way we have really fought, and the kind of infrastructure which has been put in place, and whatever are the issues that we have learned from it, Government of India is going to increase its spending on health. Currently, it is about 1.3% of GDP, is likely to go up as much as 4%, from about 62,000 crores that we spend now. The expectation is we will reach about 1.2 lakh to 1.3 lakh crores. It's only a matter of few days and you'll know what the government has in mind for the healthcare sector. About 4% of GDP is what you're looking at, and that is what is going to come. So that will not only be on medical services, but all the ancillary activities and the consumption that is included, which will bring in Meditech in a very big way. A third point is the culture of R&D, which is extremely important. Welspun has shown us the way. 30 patents they have, according to what Mr. Mahapatra pointed out. But the question before always is, how do we get technology on one side and scale on the other side? And how do we get the SMEs going in this particular paradigm? So that is a challenge, and that's one of the important takeaways here. All of us should reflect on how SMEs can get into the role. Tier 2, Tier 3 suppliers, they may probably be there, but they will need to get into the mainstream. So the small is beautiful as a concept needs to be developed. Now, apart from that, coming to the point, there is an 8-year of a scheme, Technology Upgradation Fund, where you get 15% capital subsidy, 5% interest reimbursement for technical textile, includes medical textile, there's 100% FDI. There is a ROTTEP scheme which is likely to come in. I need one more minute. ROTTEP, which is probably going to cover technical textiles, including medtech. And the minister told us in the morning, 92 application areas have been identified for mandatory use across 10 central ministries. So the government is creating the demand. By the BIS has developed standards for 377 technical textile products, which includes the products for the medical textiles. And therefore, there is a 207 items have been declared, in which include some of our products. So finally, as we wrap up, international standards, which have to come into play, quality consideration, because we're dealing with human health and human life, and at the same, therefore, there can't be any compromise on that. And finally, certification processes and procedures, which will make us get back. And there are issues, and those are live issues. All of us know the issues involved in getting standards approved or getting them accepted, certification processes, how to simplify them, how to make them reliable. Because in fact, the point that was not mentioned, our BIS standards, with due respect, are getting accepted here, but even Bangladesh doesn't accept BIS standards.
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Mahapatra didn't mention that, but he has said somewhere in his PPT. So therefore, you need internationally accepted standards. Sorry. So therefore, with these few words, hopefully the ecosystem is on its way to falling in place. And as our friend said in the earlier session, supply should create demand. I hope too. I mean, there is a possibility like that. At the same time, demand will rise as the population gets used to the idea of hygiene, medical care, and all the issues related with that. And I hope as we go forward, the Meditech provides the opportunities to segments right across the industrial chain. And SMEs are at the center of all the activities that we may try to take place. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your participation. I thank my panelists for really coming in and explaining things. Thank you very much, IMC.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Rajgopal, for that enlightening session. Now we move on to the next panel discussion, Geotech, Geotextile. And to moderate and initiate this session, I invite Mr. Navdeep Sodhi, partner, Grazy Textiles. Over to you, Mr. Sodhi. Mr. Sodhi? Hello? Mr. Sodhi, you'll have to unmute yourself, sir. Hello? Mr. Sodhi, can you hear me? We can see your presentation, but we are not able to hear you, sir. Hello? Hello, Mr. Sodhi? Sir, you are unmuted, sir. Mr. Sodhi? Sir, we are able to see your presentation, but we are not able to hear you, sir. Hello, 1 minute, I'll just. Hello, sir, now you can unmute yourselves. The other, hello. Sir, the other instance created by you is also effective, sir. Mr. Sodhi? Mr. Sodhi? Sorry, friends, for the technical glitch. I think there is some issue from Mr. Sodhi's end. So just bear with us for the few moments that we get this right. Mr. Sodhi? Sir, both your instances are unmuted. Can you just completely log off and log back in, sir? Yeah, completely log out. Please bear with me, participants, till Mr. Sodhi is just logged out. So we are just waiting. Can I till that time invite the panelists for this session? By the time Mr. Sodhi joins in, may I request Mr. Shahrukh Bagli, Chief Technical Officer, Strata Geotech Systems Private Limited, to please join in for this panel. I'll just give you right, sir, 1 minute. And the other panelist we have is Dr. Mohit Raina.
I've been mute. Okay, fine. I'm sharing.
Yes. Yeah, just a minute, sir. And I'll just announce the other panelist also, Dr. Mohit Raina, Managing Director, Raina Industries Private Limited. Raina ji, I'll just allow you also the rights to. Okay. So I would prefer Dr. Shahrukh, if you could just you could just take us through your presentation. Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir. Mr. Shahrukh, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get into the share mode. Somehow that's not
sir,
working.
it is just down. It is just down, the share button, share content.
Yeah.
Click on that. First, you have to open your presentation, sir.
I've done that.
Okay. So now just click on share. And in the share view, you will be seeing your... Yes, sir. It's coming. Okay.
Okay. 1 second. Now, okay, I have to enlarge. 1 moment. Huh?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Mr. Sodhi, can you unmute yourselves now and check whether you're able to... Mr. Sodhi?
Yeah. Here I am.
Okay. So, sir, the session is yours. Yeah, please take over from me, sir, because I'm not an expert. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I have already invited, sir, for your information, I've already invited the panelists. You can just start with the session, sir.
One second, I'm trying to reduce.
Yes, Mr. Shahrukh.
Okay, now I'll begin. Come what,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oops, here I go again. Just get me up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go up. 1 minute. Good afternoon.
Sir, we are not able to see your presentation.
Can you?
We are not able to see your presentation, sir. No. The presentation has not been shared yet.
Oh gosh.
Please stop sharing. Please stop sharing and reshare, sir.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah.
Stop sharing. Somebody is helping me. Just a minute. Huh?
Okay. So first open this presentation.
Okay, the presentation is open.
Okay, now correct. Now it has come, sir. Okay.
Okay, great. Now can I begin?
Just a minute, sir. So, Mr. Sodhi, I have already introduced Mr. Shahrukh, so you can just take it forward, sir. Yes, sir. Please begin. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'll just make one little deviation from definitions. We see all the while we have been talking about geotechs. Now let me tell you, geotextile is only one part of a major umbrella, what we call internationally geosynthetics. And for good reason, which I will explain you as we go along. So let me go tell you what geosynthetics are all about. You see, basically, the bottom line is that we want to improve the performance, the geotechnical performance of civil engineering structures. Like, for example, embankments, we want to improve the performance, the railways, we want to improve the performance, highways, etc. And there is also another reason, very good reason for that. Basic reason, the underlying reason is environmental protection. You see, we are keeping on using natural resources. We are having a trapezoidal embankment and we are using soil. And when you are using soil, you're encouraging deforestation because you remove the soil, you're destroying the forest, you're destroying the grasslands. So if we could have a vertical embankment, that would certainly help. And the government also, fortunately, has come up with a lot of legislation, particularly to protect the environment, and as a result, as a flip side of it, the government is encouraging geosynthetics. Now, there are several functions of geosynthetics. I won't read out this list because there is a shortage of time. I appreciate it, but I will explain to you as we go along. Okay, the first aspect is seepage. We want to prevent seepage. So we would, we would like to have a separation. Now I have two materials. I have a granular material, you can understand something like stones, and you have something which is very soft. Now if I just put the granular material on soft soil, like you see railway ballast, the ballast will enter the soft soil. And where are we finally? In a very short period of time, you have no ballast left. So what we do is we put a layer, as you see over here in between. This is what we put a geotextile, and as a result, we make sure that this granular material is always separated from the soft soil. The second major purpose is reinforcement. Now, as you know, like for concrete, soil cannot take tension. By putting geosynthetic reinforcement, it is like typically steel in concrete. This geosynthetic reinforcement can take tension, and while soil itself cannot take tension, geosynthetics help you to take up the tension. Of course, the analysis is a very intricate analysis. Naturally, we won't go into that. The third function, as I just told you, is drainage. Now you have impervious soils. Soils which do not allow water to move out, they collect the water. As a result, what happens is when there is load put onto that soil, the load goes onto the water and the water gets excess for water pressures, and as a result, the soil loses its strength. So I need to drain out this water. And the best thing that I can use is geosynthetics. Basically, we use a geocomposite, which I will explain to you as we go along. And that geocomposite helps me to drain out the water very fast. Yet another function is filtration. Now, while draining out the water, I don't want the particles, the fine particles to migrate. I only want the water to come through. So yet another function, and that again is geotextile. The function is to keep the fines behind and only allow the water to move out. It's something like you straining your tea. Your tea leaves gets strained behind and only the tea water comes through. Got the point? A major function is a barrier. Now I have toxic fluid, I have hazardous liquids, like in a landfill. I have a lot of liquid which is created, and I don't want that liquid to penetrate into the ground and contaminate my groundwater. So I can create a sort of a barrier. What I use is a geomembrane. That again is a sheet. I wouldn't call it a geotextile, but it's an HDPE sheet or an LDPE sheet which is laid like this, and it prevents the percolation of water or any hazardous liquid into the ground and pollute the groundwater. And then of course there is protection, because if I'm using my geomembrane, as I told you, my geomembrane can get pierced if there is gravel. So what I do is I put a cover on top of another non-woven geotextile, and that protects my geomembrane. So again, I have a composite, one each having its own function, and yet they synchronize together on a holistic basis. They function very well for a civil engineering project. Then a major push, sort of a function is again erosion. And this we use it very, very extensively. We use it for our railway embankments, we use it for our road embankments, and most important, we use it even for arboriculture. I prevent the soil from getting washed out. In fact, I would like to mention that geosynthetics, I mean, there is a I just can't use it only for civil engineering. I can use it for sports. I can improve my track with my geogrids and my geocells, and I can definitely improve my, what shall I say, my cricket pitch. I can improve my agriculture. I can prevent the soil from flowing out because of excessive rain, etc. And I can prevent the trees from the roots getting exposed also. And in the UK and the US, geocells are very very well used to prevent any erosion of soil around trees in urban areas. Now, these are the examples. On the left, over here, you see examples of geotextiles. Different colors, as you may see. These colors also serve a particular purpose because you can identify the specification of the material also. And at the same time, in highways, it forms a sort of a warning layer that don't go below this material, don't go below this orange material. You'll land up into, you'll create problems for somebody else. And we have various types of geogrids also, as you may see these samples over here. Typical. Then we also have what I told you, geomembranes, again different color, but my preference is definitely black because it's the presence of carbon black. Make sure that your material is not affected by ultraviolet rays. Then we have the geonet, which is a protective material, particularly for mines and rockfall areas, as you may see as you go along the highway. I'm sorry, I got back. And then a very important geosynthetic is geocells, and I will tell you how geocells have saved the day for us about 4 years ago in 2016. You will see these are three-dimensional. All cells, and you fill this up with soil. And it has fantastic functions. In fact, this can be used for arboriculture also and prevent erosion. And then we have what we call the prefabricated vertical drains, which is again a composite. You have a corrugated sheet over here, a PVC sheet generally, and we have it is put into a pocket of non-woven. And this allows water to flow in, but not the soil. And as a result, we get more rapid consolidation, and what may take several years the consolidation takes place in a matter of just 2 or 3 months. So you see how rapidly we can then proceed with our construction. Well, this is an overall picture. I won't go deeper into it. But now let's come to the applications. Again, I will just talk about these applications as we go through the slides. This is the typical, this must be a very regular sight for you all along the highway, particularly as you all go along NH40 from Mumbai towards Surat or any, you'll be seeing this type of a wall. This wall is only a fascia. These blocks are only a fascia. But behind that, that's where the secret lies. We are having geogrids which is reinforcing the soil and which is allowing the soil to stand vertical. It's giving tension, it's giving tensile strength to the soil and allowing it to stand vertical. And above we have a full traffic of the highway, the very heavy traffic of the highway. Then we come to landfills. Now this is a typical landfill that we have recently constructed in Vapi, and this is the first in India. Let me proudly say so. And we have created this vertical containment thanks to geogrids, thanks to geosynthetics. And then of course on the other side we have used HDP, we have used geocells within which we have put soil, and we have grown vetiver grass also. And it's a very beautiful site. Of course, it can be used for the railway track also. We can protect the sub-ballast, which is below the ballast, and the ballast. That is the granular material that you see as you travel by train. Another function is to contain the concrete for a canal lining. Now, this is a project we did in Brazil, and we lay the geocells along the side, along the bed, and we fill this up with concrete. And we have a beautiful lining surface, a long-lasting lining surface. Highways. That is a very, very important function, and it has been well recognized by the Ministry of Roads and MORTH, what we call Road Transport and Highways. And this really helps you to put your highway on very weak soil, and I'll give you a case study for that. Here we are using this for ports and harbors also, and this is a container yard being constructed using geocells where we can take very heavy container loads, even 8 high we can support on these geocells, which otherwise we couldn't. And it's not very cheap. Erosion control. Now this is a typical power plant with a coal stacker, and this is a slope to contain the material behind, and this is erosion control. We have put geocells over here, and within the geocells we fill soil, and with the help of the soil we've got this lush greenery over here. So you see how we are beneficiating nature also. Now the way ahead. Yes, we are looking forward. We are not only a sunshine industry, the sun is shining bright, let me tell you that. These are the various documents, these are the guidelines, these are the codes of practice being created by the Indian Roads Congress. And let me tell you that 2019 and 2020 have been very productive years when it came to Indian Roads Congress and the Bureau of Indian Standards. And we've come out with a plethora of standards and specifications for geosynthetics to be used for roads and for several other purposes, including erosion control. Now, I would just like to take you through a sort of a history. One second. Okay. Now, this history is my company's history, but it will tell you the history of our industry. In 2004, believe me, in India, we were in infancy, and so was my organization. 2006, after 2 years, we got our first project for a stabilized wall, and we brought the geogrids from our partners, joint venture partners in the US. Then there was no looking back. In 2009, we set up our own factory to manufacture our Stratogrid geogrids. Then we set up, in 2012, we started manufacturing these geocells, which was really a big turning point even in the industry, in the Indian industry. And we were awarded the largest wall contract ever in Asia. And that was another major feather in our cap, and feather in the cap of our industry also. Then in 2015, we had our first, we made a landmark, this thing, where we had a vertical landfill, the first in India. Of course, we took a clone from what we had done in the US, but then this was the first attempt in India. And then we started manufacturing in our plant, and we reached a record of 30 million square meter of geogrid to be sold. That was sold, in fact. And then finally, we started our new manufacturing unit. And today, we are quite proud to say that in our manufacturing unit, this particular manufacturing unit, we have reached a capacity of 35 lakh square meters per month. We produce 30 lakh square meters in a day. This is the factory. How's that for Atmanirbhar Bharat? Now I'll just take you through a case study. You must have remembered in 2016, there was very heavy rain in the Northeast, and NH44 was completely damaged. Tripura was cut off from the rest of the country, and there was only NH4, which was its link. This was the state of the highway. This is how trucks had to move. How do you like that? You see that soil? And there was a crisis. There was a crisis. There was a crisis in Tripura. We finally came to the rescue. On the 1st of August, we laid our non-woven as a separation layer. We laid our geocells. By 15th of August, heavy equipment could travel on the road. Of course, we didn't do the topping. We wanted to see how the road behaved. You see this heavy oil equipment on the top? We could move that also in spite of all the rain. If you look closely, it is raining. You see the moisture on the road. But then finally, even till today, this was all in 2016. Today we are in 2021. In 2020, also in the monsoons of 2020, we had absolutely no problem. Thanks for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shahrukh. Can I request Mr. Sodhi to take over? Mr. Navdeep Singh Sodhi. Hello. Hello, sir.
I think he has his mute problem as like I had.
No, he's unmuted. Sir, you are unmuted. Hello. Mr. Sodhi. In between, he spoke also. That is the reason I'm like, Mr. Sodhi. Okay, can we move on to Dr. Mohit Raina? Dr. Raina? Yeah, who's this? Hello, Mr. Sodhi? No. Okay, Mr. Raina, could you take over? Dr. Raina?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would go on. I believe Mr. Sodhi, maybe you could log off and log on once again.
Yeah.
Once again. Good evening to all. I thought I would be the last speaker of the day, but I believe Navdeep would be speaking after me. So my name is Mohit Raina. Today I'll be introducing Raina Industries and talking about what are the different tasks we do within Raina Industries, especially in the field of geotech. As Mr. Bagli has put it very, very correctly, the broader picture is geosynthetics. Yes, geotech is one part of it. And as our Madam Minister mentioned it this morning, we at Raina Industries focus a lot on the build tech side of the geotextiles. So I'll wish to take you through a quick presentation on all the details, where we came from, what we have been doing, and it's been an exciting journey as a startup, I must say. A bit of a history to Raina Industries. Having spent around 10, 11 years in Germany, I moved back to India under the Make in India initiative and decided to start up a company here with a basic focus on taking some of these technologies from the European market and manufacturing them here in our own country for our own use in the country. And the journey has been a very exciting one because it started with some really small textiles being used in concrete. And today we are looking at some really huge infrastructural applications as well. And I will quickly take you through that. So I would wish to share my screen very quickly. I do not know if all of you can see my screen.
Yeah, something is coming up, sir. Yes, doctor. Yes, we can see it.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, you can continue.
Yes, so this is something which many years back, around 4 or 5 years back, when we were just starting up the company, I had this interaction with Madam Honorable Minister, Madam Smriti Irani, and she asked me what could be done in the domain of technical textiles, and then I put up this image to her. And I said, well, for me, this whole industry is just growing like this butterfly, starting from being a moth and then converting itself into a butterfly. And we've been, as a company, also 7 years into business in India, and we see our own development in these various stages. And it's time, as in it's no longer sunshine industry. The sun is here, and we're spending a great day at the beach. So that's what I would say. Very quickly going on in this entire domain of textiles or fibers being used in the infrastructure and the building and construction sector, we're talking of huge volumes. The market is really huge. As in the building and construction market is a $40 billion US market. A very specific focus out of that 40 billion is a precast technology market, which is at around 8.15 billion US dollars. It's growing at 11%, and normally a net margin, if you do all right, then you end up with a 15% net margin in the entire business. Well, these numbers really prompted us, three of us, we decided to take this German technology. That's my one of our directors, Dr. Thomas Gries from Germany. We said, okay, we have a technology which could be used for the building and construction and infrastructure sector in India. We'll take this technology to India and we will manufacture in India for the Make in India initiative. So it was a great support from the Startup India cell who helped us establish our initial days here in the country. And we decided to bring in a very specific product called as textile reinforced concrete with a simple motto of providing solution to 1.3 billion Indians across the country. Having said that, what exactly do? We take fibers and we take textile reinforcement. You see them on the grid kind of structures here in the picture. We take them, we put them into concrete and we reinforce concrete with this. Now, how does this help? If you look at the graph on the left-hand side, you see steel. If you were to compare a steel reinforcement with a textile reinforcement, you require 80% lesser reinforcement. Since textiles do not corrode, now this is something which I will underline multiple times in my presentation today, they are non-corrosive reinforcements. Textiles do not corrode, they do not rust over a period of time. And talking of weather conditions in India, where we have got heavy rainfalls and we've got a coastline of around 7,512 kilometers, we have a material that does not corrode and it reinforces all our concrete. So since it does not corrode, you do not have to give it that kind of a cement cover. So your cement reduces by 70%. And overall, for the same mechanical properties, your entire weight of material reduces by 80%. Now, these are huge numbers if you're talking on material efficiency, if you're talking on sustainability, if you're talking on going green. So you see a huge reduction in the materials. You see a huge reduction or rather, you extend the life. You have a better longevity of your products and all your building, construction, and infrastructure projects. Now, with this, we head out and we said, well, what could be done? This material is used in the European market very specifically for facades. And we said, okay, we need to look at different applications in the Indian market. And that is what we focused on. I'll take you through the entire journey. We started off with the bottommost application, which you see in this on the slide as modular components. So we head out and started making Swachh Bharat toilets out of technology which was researched in Germany but made in India, very much made in India. That is where we started. This was for a simple reason that people wanted to know whether this actually lasts and whether it has got that sustainability factor quotient attached to it. We started there and we eventually moved on in the domain of facades, where we do a number of fiber and textile reinforced facades for various companies. As in Mumbai, everybody from Mumbai would know the Lodha Group, so we do a lot of work for them. We have just started doing institutional projects as well. We further also moved on to do a lot of landscaping furniture. Now, this is a domain where people normally, if you drive down the NH48, you will find a number of precasters providing you landscaping furniture, but none of them will reinforce their furniture with textiles. All of them are steel reinforced furniture. So what happens over a period of time, they start corroding. If you're talking of public projects, you're talking of something like a Sabarmati, the entire coastal front of Sabarmati. If that has to have such kind of landscaping furniture, you would wish to have it for a longer period of time without the steel in there rusting. So that's what we got into. And two further domains have been, I call them within the company also as lockdown babies. So the first one being the marine infrastructure. Within the lockdown, we realized that the entire coastline of India, it requires a number of floating, non-corrosive jetties, be it the coastline, but also internal waterways. They require decks, or they require temporary structures, not temporary, they require structures which are floating, where you could have, for example, a seaplane dock onto the structure where our Honorable Prime Minister did step foot on at Kevadia. So these kind of structures, they also are, until date, they were either made up of steel. We said, okay, we take the steel out and we just make them in concrete and reinforce all of this concrete with fibers. So that is where we started heading out. And then we went on to the major infrastructure projects. Now, infrastructure projects still do demand a lot of steel, and rightly so, because we're talking of really huge girder structures like the ones you see on your right-hand side. However, in order to make the entire process faster, in order to bridge all of the gaps of plastic shrinkage, you require fibers and textile fibers in huge numbers. So some of these fibers are polypropylene fibers, which exist in the Indian context for many years. But how do we take these polypropylene fibers to the next level so that we could build our bridges faster, so that we could build them to last longer? So these are domains which we are currently exploring. The infrastructure one is being explored. The remaining 5, we have done projects and we are successfully moving forward. Now, all of these domains, they always have one underlying fact, which is sustainability, which means that everything what we use here is a fiber-based system along with a concrete matrix. And the reason it is fiber-based is very simple. It is non-corrosive. We want to give longevity to the products in this domain. We want them to last longer. We want our country to have products which we do not replace every 3 years or every 5 years, in spite of the fact that we have got a tropical climatic condition. I believe with that, I'll kind of mention one of the biggest takebacks or one of the takeaways of today's presentation, and a message with which we started at the beginning of the day, and a message which we should kind of look into or focus into in the field of technical textiles, and that is the whole philosophy of the ecosystem. It was Punit Bhai who very correctly mentioned it at the start of the event. It was also the Honorable Minister who hinted towards it, but it is something which is very difficult to do in an Indian context. Building this ecosystem, because you have to go outside your comfort zone. This is what we've been doing as a startup over the past 6 years, where if you look at the names, you do not find really a textile institute in there, except maybe IIT Delhi, who does textiles, has a textile department. But we have been interacting, for example, with people from IIT Madras. They have got a beautiful civil engineering department and ocean engineering department, and they are the National Center for Ports Waterways. They are looking at non-corrosive reinforcements, which can only be offered from the textile domain. You've got VAPCOS at the other end. Our Honorable Secretary from the Textile Ministry, he did sign up an MOU when he was with the Ministry of Jal Shakti to do some good work with VAPCOS. So here is a shout out to him if he's in the room, that yes, we can provide reinforcements which are non-corrosive for all of our marine infrastructure projects. The same applies to NHAI, where also we work very closely with CSIR, which is on the other side of this ecosystem, very, very closely, in order to make sure that we have got products for our highways which do not corrode with time, which stand the test of time in some of the most corrosive environments across the country, or varying environments across the country. And finally, BMTPC and NAREDCO. These are, so NAREDCO is the Building Association and BMTPC is the Building Material Technology Promotion Council. We work with them, with the CSIR and the IITs together to be able to build some really beautiful and sustainable materials, also with IGBC. And there was this point raised earlier in the day, what about international collaboration? We do collaborate with people like ITA, GmbH, for a simple reason. There are technologies which have been developed in the European countries, which are sitting out there in the research labs, which seek, I would say, dissemination in the European market. However, the scale of dissemination in the European market is very limited. Now, you bring that same technology to India, you collaborate here with an Indian research institute, indigenize that research, and suddenly your scale doesn't grow 10x, doesn't grow 100x, it grows maybe at least 1000x. So that's the kind of scale you can achieve for a country or in a country like India with all of these technologies. Well, that's pretty much, so we thoroughly believe in this ecosystem philosophy. At our end, we engage with everybody who is a non-textile person while doing business, because we need to sit down and understand their requirements and offer them solutions from the textile world. And not only offer them solutions which are textiles, but giving them the solution which is the end product. You know, the building industry, for example, they're very reluctant just to see some fibers and maybe some grid kind of structures. They want to have a precast element. So that's what we do. We give them the precast element. We serve them or talk to them or interact with them in the language they best understand. And that is where I believe lies the crux of any of the technical textiles field. If you're working with in the medical domain, you have to speak the language of the doctors. If you're working in the sports domains, you have to talk to the athletes who finally will put on your shoe or your or any other sports gear. With that, I'm at the end of it. This is something which we also tried out at our premises. This is a fiber reinforced emblem which I'm holding out there, which is also reinforced only with fibers, and it is possible and lifelong. There's nothing corroding in there, so it will help us gain better and more sustainable structures. That's pretty much it. And yeah. I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Sodhi. Have you been able to join us successfully, sir? Mr. Sodhi? I think Mr. Sodi is having a problem. Yeah, Mr. Sodi. Okay, participants, what I would request is, since you have seen all the presentations, maybe you can just raise your hands to ask your questions and doubts, and we will unmute you and you can go ahead and ask the question since we have more time in hand. Since Mr. Sodi is still unable to, I think there is a problem in his audio device and he's not able to, we are not able to hear you. Okay, can people put your questions in the chat section so that I can read it out, or you can just raise your hands and we can ask you the question. Mr. Kotak, would you like to ask a question, sir? Kotak, sir? I have requested you to unmute. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Both the speakers have done extremely well. And the expansion of the idea from geotextile to geosynthetics has uncovered a lot of area which was not so clear. So Bagliji, my congratulations. And Dr. Mohit Raina. Mohit Raina is my personal friend. So about his industry and his ability, I know that, and of course, Mr. Sruti also, Navdeepji also is my friend and we have been interacting. So my question to you is, now for environmental protection, both of you have said that this synthetics are very useful, but the question is the production capacity as Straight Art could do it. Mohitji, any kind of production and the base being the fiber, how do you keep the material flow, the supply line flowing?
So I'll take that. I think the question was for me. How do we keep the material line flowing? So currently we have to procure some of our materials from the US and from Japan, majorly. But what is currently happening is we have developed a couple of local vendors out of Surat, out of Baroda, who are helping us with some of these textile-based structures which are required for the concrete application. Parallelly, we at any point of time we have a project or a couple of projects going on with IIT Madras and CSIR, which is the Structural Engineering Lab of Government of India, to help us also approve of these materials which are being indigenously generated or developed in India. So they are also helping us with all the authorities and BMTPC within the scope of research projects to be able to specify these materials in the DPRs and so on. And once that happens, then it is just a question of scaling up. So the most live example what we have right now is in the marine infrastructure domain. We are creating these kind of floating structures which all have a lot of basalt fibers, but they also have some grid kind of structures which are made out of glass and also a lot of polypropylene fibers. Now, how do we get all of these fibers together through the various parts of our supply chain and then actually engineer them in a way that they are sustainable enough to stand the test of time is something which we are working on. But yes, developing the supply chain is something which is an ongoing activity. It is not something where you just put a tick mark and say, well, we have it all in India. We do not, I must say. But it is something which has to be developed in the coming years if we have to make our infrastructure more sustainable. I hope I answered your question, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So can I just put in a word over here? Where we are concerned, our raw material is polyester fiber and HDPE, high tenacity polyester fiber and virgin HDPE. Very fortunately, both these products are made in India. Reliance is supplying us with the PET fiber. And we have, as a result, produce geogrids which are of international quality, and this material is exported to Europe, to Australasia, South America, North America, to our joint venture partners.
Thank you so much.
Sir, there's a question. I don't know who amongst you would be answering this, but for geotextiles, if there are any exhibitions in India, from where can they get the details of it?
Well, I'll put it this way. Virtually every year, we have an Indian Geotechnical Society which has its annual conferences, and there we have exhibitions also. And everybody is free to display their products and the technology. That is one. Simultaneously, the International Geosynthetic Society also off and on has its conferences in India. And there also we have the exhibitions where everyone can exhibit their products. You have to keep in touch, or you have to go to the net and get hold of all the information there. And of course, internationally, there are several such conferences with these exhibitions.
Okay. And Mr. Bagli, yeah.
From the build tech side, I'll just add to that. So there are two major associations from outside the country. One is an association called as RILEM, RILEM, and there's another association called as the FIB Congress, or FIBCONGRESS. One is from Europe, the other is one is from French, and the other is coming from the US. So these two, they very strongly focus on the use of fibers and textiles in concrete structures. So within precast concrete. So these, you can just Google them up and you will find these organizations. You have got a third one, which is called the GRCA, which is a Glass Fiber Reinforced Concrete Association out of the UK. Even they are very strongly present or have presence in India. So they do keep coming up with a number of conferences, seminars. They've got beautiful blogs which are there online. You could go to their LinkedIn profiles and really check a lot of stuff there. And apart from that, just showcasing the products at these venues or within the domains of these associations does not always help. What is required is to gel with these members of the ecosystem. This is very, very important. As it was mentioned by Puneet Bhai this morning, I can only second that, and second that with a lot of force, that it is very important to actually engage with people from the industry who are doing such kind of building, construction and infrastructure projects, because they are looking for solutions. They have problems, they are looking for solutions, and we have almost a lot of solutions in our kitty. It's only a question of communication. And the only difference is, and I would suggest that Mr. Bagni will also agree to this, rather than going and then if I have to go to a building or a builder or somebody from the infrastructure domain, and if I go and sell him a warp knitted grid structure, or I sell him a non-woven, or if I go and sell him I do not know a woven structure, these are structures which the building industry may not understand. But suddenly you go and tell them that I have got a geo cell for you, I have got a geo membrane for you, I have got a kind of a reinforcement which is like a rebar. Suddenly they are all yours, because that is the language they understand. So communicating with the ecosystem in that language is, I believe, helps a lot. It has helped us a lot as a company. I do not know what Mr. Bagli has to add there.
Dr. Raina, that's a very good point you have raised. Now, a selling point, the USP, particularly of my company, Strata, is that we have a very strong design department, which the clients come to us with a problem, and we give them a solution, a ready-made solution using not only our own manufactured geosynthetics, but maybe something which is manufactured by somebody else also, but it's a holistic solution which we give it to them. And one more point, complete innovation all the while, and 24/7 R&D is required. Otherwise, we'll be nowhere in this world. Believe me.
I can really bring to the notice here to the entire forum. Recently, we were in one such discussion. Now there was a beautiful tender which was floated from in Kerala. Just for the information of everyone, beautiful tender floated in Kerala. They wanted almost the entire Kerala coast. They wanted shore protection. Now the question is, if we went to them with a textile solution and told them, well, we'll give you a textile to protect your shores, they did not know what to do. All they had, because some consultant wrote it in their tender that they want geo bags and they want geo tubes. Now, if you went and spoke to the chief engineer who was responsible for the entire coastline, he wouldn't know what a geo bag and a geo tube is. That's the thing. And it becomes more worse because they have to tender it out. And then you have got contractors, and the contractors also don't know what a geo bag and a geo grid is, or what a geo bag or a geo tube is. So that's where this whole communication gap really widens, and that is where you need to really bridge the gap. Where if you tell them I'm going to give you a grid or a non-woven, they are not listening. But you tell them that you wrote geo tube in your tender, I'll give you a geo tube, and I'll give you not only the tube, but I will give you the way how you fill the tube. I will show you a way how you place the tube. I will show you how to dredge the soil below the tube. I will show you how to put everything in place till you have your shore protection. I will handhold you. If you provide this entire gamut of things, and I believe that is what Strata also did with the Nasik project, if I'm not mistaken. You also involve you also involve the contractors and tell them, well, I'll show you how to do it. Only then it is successful. If you just give them a piece of textiles, it will never be successful.
You know, this is how otherwise a technology would get a very bad name if it is misused. You have to give a holistic solution.
Yes, I think a lot of education is required here, right?
Yes.
There's one question for Mr. Bagli. What is the potential of natural fibers or regenerated fibers, such as viscose rayon, in erosion control applications, sir?
I would put it this way, yes, natural fibers have been extensively used, particularly for erosion control. But unfortunately, they have a very limited life. Now, what we do is we do lay these natural fibers, they act like mulch for the vegetation. And once the vegetation takes root, well, then the fiber may disappear. But then the vegetation takes over. And it is only the only problem in India is that we have very peculiar seasons. During the dry season, our vegetation dries up. And then it becomes very difficult to rehabilitate the vegetation. That's the only negative point. And the life I would give is about 5 years, 7 years.
Okay. I don't know whether this question is pertaining to you, but how to get FDA approvals or certifications for textile products, especially antimicrobial finish fabric? Antimicrobial.
It's an FDA approval, which is the Food and Drug Administration approval, which is for medical textiles.
But do you want? Well, I'll put it this way: my products do not degenerate, and my products are designed to last for 114 years. You may ask me, how did you get that odd figure of 14 and not 100? Well, we do have a testing done, what we call the Arrhenius method. And we do say that our product can stand for 114 years. And beyond 114 years, it doesn't deteriorate. It's only its strength goes down. So we do not have this product. We do not have our products which are hazardous to nature or hazardous to any form of living organism, including humankind.
Okay, I think we are running out of time, sir. Thank you for this interesting session. We are sorry that Mr. Sodhi could not join in properly, and but I think we had a we really got to know what is this geofiber and things like. Thank you very much to both of you all for giving that information and enriching our knowledge. I'm sure people would like to go on and ask questions, but since we have limited time, I would request Mr. Ajit Mangrolkar, Director General, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the vote of thanks. Mr. Mangrolkar, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Selby, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've had a great session, and technical textiles is all about innovation, and it's been really enriching to hear all the eminent panelists. It is my great privilege to propose a vote of thanks at the end of this highly insightful online conference on technical textile, which indeed is a future of Indian textile industry, organized by IMC's Industry and Trade Committee today. At the outset, I must thank our chief guest, Smriti Irani ji, Honorable Union Minister for Textiles and Women and Child Development, Government of India, Mr. Puneet Lalbhai, Executive Director, Arvind Limited, Mr. Manoj Patodia, Chairman, TexProsil, eminent panelists and the moderators for sharing their valuable expertise. I would also like to thank Mr. Anand Singhania, Chairman, Industry and Trade Committee, IMC, Mr. Dheeraj Mehra, Co-Chairman, Industry and Trade Committee, IMC, Mr. Siddharth Desai, Co-Chairman, Industry and Trade Committee, and members of the Industry and Trade Committee for making this possible. IMC has been instrumental in initiating such progressive, interactive sessions and actively taking up issues on behalf of the Indian SME sector. It plays a pivotal role in providing inputs on policy formation to promote the interests of the sector community and country at large. The growth of technical textile sector is highly influenced by industrialization and economic growth of any country. India is undergoing large-scale industrialization, which fuels the demand for technical textile products. Therefore, there is a need to create more awareness about technical textiles and its significance among stakeholders. This conference brought together industry leaders and government at IMC platform to work for the development of technical textile sector in India. On behalf of IMC and its Industry and Trade Committee, I wish to extend our sincere thanks to all our eminent business executives, diplomats, representatives, and industry associations for participating in this conference. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all the members of the IMC Secretariat who were involved in ensuring a successful outcome, especially our Assistant Director Nitin Bapkar, who is the officer in charge for this committee. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having all of you aboard IMC platform, and we look forward to many such interactions with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for that wonderful session, and good night. Thank you.